Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. Test. Test.
She almost said Shabbat Shalom.
I know I did. See, now you start. Look, reading this.
It's Yom Kippur. Kushner.
It is a good one, yeah.
Love that guy.
Yes.
Okay, so you got the papers.
Yes.
That's it.
So we're opening. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, look who's here finally. Stella.
Look at every time.
You can sit here, but also stand.
Are we starting early or are we starting straight up?
No, I think we're gonna start like right away.
Okay.
Yeah, we can start moving. I'm gonna be in the team meeting next door for a good chunk of this. I think Cantor, Michelle, and Rabbi will
Do Torah service? Or-
cover
Do-
things until I come back. I'm gonna stay for a few minutes, and then I'm going to both contender teams.
You can see the green.
I'm doing.
Can't.
No.
You can see it from the, that's all.
All the lines?
Like that?
Yes.
And Bill Marshall figuring out page 62.
252.
I don't know why. Something that last two minutes. My brain thinks.
I figured out something last night that drove me crazy, which is that
Wait a second, you're taking the thing.
it's exactly the same note as the for Alice in Wonderland, which my daughter had like.
I guess if you break down notes to as few as possible, they're going to repeat. I know.
So you got
Let's start.
Yeah, that's right.
honors and the order of operations exactly.
Yeah.
I'm Michelle.
How long before you start?
We're going to start now.
Oh, because I left my jacket, but I don't
Go
want to
ahead.
miss.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't want to miss your sermon.
No, the sermon
You're
will
not
take a
going to
while.
miss the sermon.
Sermon will be later.
Well, you can give your sermon now if you want.
Right. I lost track of time.
You're giving the sermon to the same congregation that you did last night.
That's up to them.
No, the congregation moves your staying put.
I'm staying here.
Yeah, I know that, but most of the people who heard it last night are going to be there.
No, that's their choice.
You won't be heard if I get up and walk out.
I will.
Amelech Yoshev al Kiseram Denisa Shochein Ad Marom Bekadosh Shemo Bechatu Rananu Tzadikim Baranai Yesharim Navatehila Lefi Yesharim Titramama V'divrei tzadikim titparach U'b'lshon chasidim titkadash U'b'kereb kedoshim titalal
V'makalot revavot amcha b'shamayim. Al kol divrei shira dishvukot aviv v'nishar avdecha mashichecha.
Shekein chobat kol ha'yitzurim lefanecha Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei avotenu L'adod la'aleh, l'shabech l'fa'er L'romem l'hadeh, l'varech l'leukales Al kol divrei shirat v'tishbachot David ben Yishai avdecha mashichecha
Please rise, Yishtabach Shimcha Liyad Malkeinu.
Barachot v'horaot me'ata ve'ad olam Baruch atah Adonai el melech gadol batishbachot El haraot adon haniflot הבוחר בשירי זמרה
Melchei Olamim. The ark is open on page 70, and we repeat each of these lines in Hebrew after Mark. The transliterations on the left side.
Shir hamalot b'makim karaticha Adonai.
Shir Hamala Mimamakim Krati Adonai.
Adonai shema b'koli tchiena osnecha kashuvo l'chol tachnunai.
Adonai Shima Bekoli Tenos Necha Kashuvot Lekol Tachanunai.
Im avonot tishmor ya Adonai mi yamod.
Im Abonot Tishmor Ya Adonai Mi Yamod.
Im chas lecha leman tivarei.
Kim Chas Lichalaman Tivarei.
Kivit Adonai kipta nashi b'lid varo chalti.
Kiviti Adonai Kivta Nafshi Belid Baruch Alti.
Nafshi Adonai mishorim laboker shomrim laboker.
Nafshi Ladonai Mishomrim Laboker Shomerim Laboker.
Yachel Yisrael Adonai kim Adonai chachesed parvei mofedu.
Yachel Yisrael Adonai Kim Adonai Chesed B'Arbei Mofadu.
Uivdei et Yisrael mikol avonotav.
Uvded Yisrael Mikol Avonotav. The ark is closed. Chatzi Kaddish, page 70.
Yikadal v'yikadash shemei rabban.
Amen.
Ve'lamad divra kirutei av yamlich malchutei. V'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayerecho beit Yisrael. V'gala v'zman kariv imru.
Amen. Yehi Shmer B'Mavorach Le'olam Le'Me'amayah.
Eshmer Abraham evorach le'olam ol me'amahaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpar v'yitraman v'yitnaseh. V'yitadar v'yitale v'yitalal shemei kudusha.
Berichu.
Berichu leila leila mikol berchata v'shirata.
Tushbechata b'nechemata damiran be'omav imruah. We're about to say the Baruch Hu on 71. Right after the Baruch Hu, we can be seated. It is not Shabbat, so we omit the selections on Shabbat. Just for the moment, turn ahead to page 80 just to point out something. Because when we get to page 80, to begin the quiet Amidah, just to remind you, look at that note in the pink. The silent Amidah for Yom Kippur may be found on page 213. You're going to fast forward all the way to 213, and I'll bang on the shulchan, on the bima at that point to remind you, because it's not a point where we normally make announcements. Baruch Hu, page 71, then you may be seated.
Baruch Hu et Adonai hamvarach.
Baruch Adonai HaMevorach Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai hamvarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Apoteach lanu sha'arei rachamim. Umeir einei hamchakim lislichataho. Yotzer or vorei choshech. Oseh shalom uvorei et hakol. Or olam ba'otzar chayim. Orot me'ofel amar vayei. Amir l'oretz v'vayei. Yitbarach Adonai Eloheinu al shevach masei yadecha ve'al me'orei or she'asita yefaruch haselav. Yitbarach tzureinu malkeinu v'olenu porei kedoshim. V'cholam pochim et pihem b'kdusha v'torah b'shira v'zimra v'varachim u'shabachim u'mparim u'maritzim magishim u'mamlichim
Et Shema al-Melech HaGilagi Barbanari V'lam Mekablim
V'cholam mekablim aleihem omachut shamayim ze mizeh v'nodim reshut ze lazeh v'akdish le'otzra menachad ruach v'tzafa v'ruah v'nima kedusha kulam kechad onim v'yomrim
Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzivot, Melech HaAretz Kivado. Middle of 75.
V'havronim v'chayot ha'kodesh b'rash gadol mitnasim li'umat serafim li'umatam mishabachim ve'omrim
Baruch Adonai mimkomo li'el baruch ni'mohotitin m'chavim. Baruch Hadash al Zion Ta'ir Baruch Adonai.
Or Hadash al Zion Ta'ir v'nizkech ulanu me'ra le'oro Baruch atah Adonai Yotzer ha'me'oro
Amen.
Hava Rabbav Adonai Elohim. Tanu l'shimcha gadol sela b'mehet l'hodot lecha yachdecha be'ava Baruch atah Adonai Abocher b'emo Yisrael be'ava Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Le'olam Va'ed. Adonai Elohim Emet.
V'yatziv v'nechon v'kayam v'yashav v'naman v'hu v'chabin ha'manim.
Ledor Bador Hu Kayam Bishmo Kayam V'Ksuson Achon U'Malchuto B'Mrato Le'ad Kayam Et.
V'barav chayim v'kayamim nemani nechmadin li'ad le'ol me'olamim. Avatim v'alvayim.
Emet Shatah Adonai Eloheinu V'Elahei Avotenu Malkeinu Melech Avotenu Golenu Goel Avotenu Yotzreinu Tzu Yeshua-tenu Podenu Matzilenu Me'olam Shemecha Ein Elohim Zulatecha
Ezrat avoteinu atahu me'olam. Aginu Moshe Elam.
Hilod Le'Elyon Baruch Hu Barach Moshe B'nei Yisrael Achanu Shira B'Simcha Rabbah V'Yamru Kulam
Yichamocha b'lim Adonai Mikamocha dahar b'kodesh Norati lo dosei felech
Shira Chadasha Shebechu Gilim L'Shimcha Sfat Hayam Yachad Kulam V'Duvim Lichu V'Yamru
Adonai lo
Adonai Lo
Elam
So
Boez
Yisrael, Kuma B'Ezrat Yisrael, Iftech Yumecha Yudah Yisrael, Koaleinu Adonai Tzavot Shemo Kadosh Yisrael, Baruch Atah Adonai, Al Yisrael.
If you're still davening, please continue at your own pace. We continue on page 252. We rise as the ark is opened for the beginning of the repetition of the Amidah.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu v'Elokei Avotenu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak v'Elohei Yaakov Elohei Sarah Elohei Rivka Elohei Rachel Elohei Leah Hayel HaGadol HaGibor HaNorah Elyon Gomel Chasadim Tovim v'Konei HaKol v'Zocher Chasdei Avot Umevi goel lifnei bneihem leman shemo b'ahava nisod hachamim unvonim umilem edat mevinim eftecha fi b'tfila u'b'tachronim l'chalot u'chanein p'nei melech malei rachamim v'ochel v'soleach lavonim.
The ark is closed.
Ofreinu lechaim, melech hafetz b'chaim, v'chot v'dveinu b'sefer ha'chaim, l'mancha Elohim chaim. Melech ozer, Kedu Mashiach Umagen Baruch Atah Adonai Magen Abraham Avoked Sarah
Amen.
Atah Gibor Le'olam Adonai Mechayim et Yimata Harav Lehoshia Mechalkel Chaim Bechesed Mechayim Eitim Berachamim Rabim Samech Noflim Berofei Cholim Umatir Asurim Umekayem Emunata Lishenei Afar Michamocha Bal Geburat Umidom Melach Melech Meimit Umechaye Umatzmiach Yeshua
Michamocha barachamim zocher yitzura b'chayim barachamim.
Michamocha Abarachamim
Zocher yitzura
L'chaim berachamim V'ne'eman atah l'chayot meitim Baruch atah Adonai
Hashemo.
L'chayei hameitim
Amen.
Loch Adonai
Elolam
le'olam
Elohai Yitzion Ledor Vador Hallelujah Ve'ata Kadosh Yoshev Tilot Yisrael Tilot Yisrael Elna. We turn to 256. The ark is opened, and after Mark begins, generally we anticipate each line before Mark sings it from the Shulchan.
Uvechein lecha kol yachtiru le'el arech din
Levochein levavot biyom din legolei amukot badin
Levochein levavot biyom din legolel amukot badin
ledover mesharim biyom din lehogedeyot badin
Ledover mesharim biyom din lehogedeyot badin
levatik v'yosech chesed biyom din lezocher brito badin
Levatik v'yosech chesed biyom din lezocher brito badin
lechomel masa biyom din letaher chosa badin
Lechomel ba'asa biyom din letaher chosa badin
ליודע מחשבות ביום דין, לחובש כסו בדין.
ליודע מחשבות ביום דין לחובש כסו בדין
ללובש צדקות ביום דין, למוחל עוונות בדין.
ללובש צדקות ביום דין למוחל עוונות בדין
לנורא תהילות ביום דין, לסולח למוסר בדין.
לנורא תהילות ביום דין לסולח למוסר בדין
ליונה לקורא ביום דין, לפועל רחמה בדין.
לעונה לקרוא ביום דין לפועל רחמה בדין
לצופן הסתרות ביום דין, לקונה עבודה בדין.
לצופי נסתרות ביום דין לקונה עבדה בדין
לרחם עמו ביום דין, לשומר אוהבה בדין.
לרחם עמו ביום דין לשומר אוהבה בדין
לתומך תמימה ביום דין.
לתומך תמימה ביום דין
The ark is closed. Remain standing for the Kedusha on 257. ובכן לך אתה לקדושה, כי אתה אלוהינו מלך.
ובכן ולך תעלה קדושה כי אתה אלוהינו מלך מוחל וסולח
הריץ לך ונקדיש עצותיך בקודש המקדישים שמך בקודש, כתוב ביד נביאך לקרא זה. על זה
נעריצך ונקדישך כסוציח שרפי קודש המקדישים שמך בקודש ככתוב ביד נביאך וקרא זה אל זה ואמר
קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות כל הארץ כבודו כבוד המלך שרתו שולם זה אני מקום כבודו למחמרו
קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלוך על הארץ כבודו כבודו מלא עולם שרתיו שואלים זה לזה איה מקום כבודו Lumatam Baruch Yomeru.
Baruch Adonai ממקומו ממקומו יפים ברחמים יחד מיחד ירווח בכל יום תמיד פעמיים ביבאה שמה אומרים
Baruch Kebar Adonai Mimkomo Mimkomo. Yifein Berachamim. Yachonam Yachadim Shemo Erev Avoker Bechol Yom Tamid. Pamayim Be'ahava Shema Omrim.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Eloheinu Avinu Malkeinu Moshe Nevirachim V'Shema Shminu Racham
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Hu Eloheinu Hu Avinu Hu Malkeinu Hu Moshienu Vehu Yashmienu Berachamav Shenit Berachamav Shenit Le'nei Kol Chai Liot Lachem Le'Elohim.
Ani Adonai Elohechem Adir Adirenu Adonai Adonai Adir Shemcha B'chol Ha'aretz Hayad Echad V'yom Adonai Echad Shema Echad
Adonai Elohechem Emet Adir Adirenu Adonai Adonenu Adir Shimcha B'chol Ha'aretz Vaya Adonai Lemelech HaKol Ha'aretz Bayom Ho'yeh Adonai Echad U'Shmo Echad U'Divrei Kodshecha Katuv Lemor
Yimloch Adonai Le'olam L'Hayitz L'Dor V'Ador Hallelujah
Yimloch Adonai Le'olam Elohai Yiksil L'Dor V'Ador Hallelujah L'Dor V'Ador Nagid Godlecha L'Netzach Netzachim Kedushatcha Nakdish Shivkacha Eloheinu Mipidu Lo Yamushalam Va'ed Ki HaMelech Gadol V'Kadosh Ata.
We are seated 258 as the repetition continues.
Ka'amol Ma'asecha V'Tismach B'Ma'asecha V'Emru Lecha Chosecha Yitzadcha Amosecha Tukdash Adon Al Kol Ma'asecha V'Chein Tein Pachtecha Adonai Eloheinu Al Kol Ma'asecha V'Matecha Al Kol Ma'aseh Barata Yaraucha Kol HaMa'asim V'Yishtachavu Lefanecha Kol HaBeruim Ya'asu Kulam Agudah Lasot Retzanecha V'Levav Shalem Moshe Adonu Adonai Eloheinu Shashil Ton Lefanecha Oz V'Yarecha Ugvura V'Minecha V'Shimcha Dara Al Kol Ma'aseh Barata V'chein Tein Kavod Adonai Le'amecha Tihila Li'Reyecha V'Tikva L'Doshecha Bidchon Pelam Yachalim Lach Simcha Le'Artzecha V'Sason Li'Recha V'tzmichat Keren Le'David Abdecha V'Arechad Ner Le'Ben Yishai Meshichecha B'mera B'yameinu V'chein Tzadikim Yeru V'Yismachu V'Yisharim Yahalozu V'Chasidim V'Rina Yagilu V'Olata Tikpot Biha V'chol B'Shakula Keshan Tichle Kita Bir Mimshelet Zadon Min Haaretz V'tim lo chatar Adonai levadecha al kol ma'asecha b'har Tzion mishkan kevodecha Yerushalayim yirkodshecha kakatu b'divrei kodshecha V'loch Adonai le'olam Elohai yiksil l'dor v'ador Hallelujah Kadosh atah v'nora shemecha V'ein Eloham ibaladecha kakatu v'yikba Adonai tzavaot b'mishpat Va'el HaKadosh Nikdash B'Tzedakah Baruch Atah Adonai HaMelech HaKadosh
Amen.
Atah v'chaltanu mikol ha'amim Ahavta otanu v'ratzita banu v'ramamtanu mikol ha'shonot Kidashanu b'mitzvotecha Kedaftanu malkeinu la'avodotecha Shukah HaGadol v'HaKadosh Aleinu karata V'titein lanu Adonai Eloheinu b'Ahava Et Yom HaKippurim hazeh Limchila v'lislicha u'l'chapara Limcho bo et kol avarotenu mikra kodesh Zecher l'tziat Mitzrayim Enu v'lai avotenu Ya'ale v'yavo v'yagia v'yera'e v'yeratze v'yishamaha V'paked v'yisacher zichronenu V'iktonenu v'zichron avotenu Zichron Mashiach ben David abdecha Zichron Yerushalayim yirkodshecha Zichron kol amcha beit Yisrael lefanecha Lifleitaha l'tovaha Chaynu l'chesed u'l'rachamim, l'chayim l'shalom, b'yom ha'kippurim hazeh. V'ochreinu Adonai Eloheinu bo l'tova.
Amen.
Uvokteinu bo livracha.
Amen.
V'osheinu bo l'chayim.
Amen.
V'var Yeshua v'rachamim chus v'chonenu, rachem aleinu v'hoshienu ki l'chaynenu. Melech Hanun V'rachu Mata.
261, and we rise as we get ready to recite the 13 attributes of God.
El Melech Yoshev Al Kisei Rachamim. Moshe Hodata Lanav Mikedem Kemoshe Katuv Yered Adonai Be'anan Vayityatzei B'Hosham Vayikra B'Shem Adonai Vayavor Adonai Al Panav Vayikra Adonai Adonai El Rachum V'Chanun Erech Apayim V'Rav Chesed V'Emet Notzer Chesed Lalafim Notzer Avon B'Chesha V'Chata V'Nateke V'Salach Al Avonenu U'Chatanu U'Chatanu.
We may be seated.
Salach Lanu Avinu Ki Chatanu Mechalanu Makinu Ki Fashanu Ki Ata Adonai Tov V'Salach V'Rav Chesed Lechol Korecha V'Chatatenu B'Yom Hazeh V'Taharenu K'Moshe Katuv Yom Hazeh Chaper Alechem L'Taher Etchem Mikol Chatatechem Lifnei Adonai Titaru Tzorchenu B'Beit Tfilatecha K'Moshe Katuv Beiti Beit Tfila Yikare Lechol Ha'amin.
And once again in 262, we rise, the ark is opened. Repeat each of the lines in the bold after mark.
Shema Kolenu Adonai Eloheinu Chus V'Rachem Aleinu V'Kabel B'Rachamim Uv'Ratzon Et Tefilatenu
Shema Kolenu Adonai Eloheinu Chus V'Rachem Aleinu V'Kabel B'Rachamim Uv'Ratzon Et Tefilatenu
Ashivenu Adonai Elecha B'Nashuva Chadesh Yameinu Kekedem
Ashivenu Adonai Elecha B'Nashuva Chadesh Yameinu Kekedem
Al Tashlichenu Milfanecha V'Ruach Kodechecha Al Tikach Mimenu
Al Tashlichenu Milfanecha V'Ruach Kodechecha Al Tikach Mimenu
Al Tashlichenu Le'ed Zikna Kichlot Kochenu Al Tazvenu
Al Tashlichenu Le'ed Zikna Kichlot Kochenu Al Tazvenu Al Tazvenu Eloheinu Kechak Mimenu Asay Manu Lo Tobah Yerushalayim Levo Shekidem Amarenu Azinu Le'Avinu Le'Avinu Yivotzanu Le'Pigonu Let's reveal Liki L'Chadonai Chalnu Atatane Adonai Eloheinu. The ark is closed. Eloheinu.
Enu V'Lai Avotenu Salach Lahanu Mechal Lahanu Kaper Lahanu
Page 263.
Anu Amecha Be'ata Eloheinu Anu Vanecha Be'ata Avinu Anu Avadecha Be'ata Adonenu Anu Kehalecha Be'ata Chelkeinu Anu Nachlatecha Be'ata Goraleinu Anu Tzanecha Be'ata Roenu Anu Charmecha Be'ata Notrenu Anu Filatecha Be'ata Yotzreinu Anu Rayatecha Be'ata Dodenu Anu Sgulatecha Be'ata Kerubeinu Anu Amecha Be'ata Makenu Anu Mamirecha Be'ata Mamireinu Anu Azefanim Be'ata Rachum V'Chanun Anu Kishe'oref Be'ata Erech Apayim Anu Malei Avon Be'ata Malei Rachamim Anu Yameinu Ketzelo Ve'er Be'ata Hu Ushnotecha Lo Yitamu Eloheinu V'Lo Yavatenu Tavo Lefanecha Tefilatenu Ve'al Titalam Etchinatenu She'en Anachnu Azefanim Ukshe'oref Lo Mahar Lefanecha Adonai Eloheinu V'Lohei Avotenu Tzadikim Anachnu V'Lo Chatanu Aval Anachnu V'Avotenu Chatanu
264.
Ashamnu Bagadnu Gazalnu Dibarnu Dofi Hevinu Ve'irshanu
Nachalnu sheker, Yatsura, Kizavnu, Latsnu, Maradnu, Niatsnu, Sararnu, Avinu, Pashanu, Serarnu, Kishinu, Oref, Rashanu, Shichatnu, Tiavnu, Tainu, Titanu. Sorry.
Eloheinu v'lo avotenu, salachu m'chol avonotenu, b'yom ha'kippurim hazeh, v'chev ha'aver peshainu v'chatotenu mineged einecha, v'chof et yitzreinu li'ishtabed lach, v'hachna or pecha lashuv elecha, v'chadesh kilotenu lishmor pikudecha, Umol et levavenu lehava, u'yara et shemecha katu b'toratecha. Umol Adonai Elohecha et levavacha ve'et levad zarecha, lehavat Adonai Elohecha, v'chol levavecha v'chol nafshecha, lama'an chayecha.
Bottom of 265.
Ein yiratzon milfanecha Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei avotenu, shetislach lanu al kol chatotenu. V'timcha lanu al kol avonotenu, utchaper lanu al kol peshaenu.
266.
Al chait shchatanu lefanecha be'onet uratzon. Al chait shekatanu lefanecha beyetzer hara, ve'al chait shekatanu lefanecha beyodim u'velo yodim, ve'al kulam elo selichot, selach lanu mechalanu, kaper lanu. Al chait shekatanu lefanecha v'chacha v'shulchan. Al chait shekatanu lefanecha beinayim ramot, ve'al chait shekatanu lefanecha bazuzot metzach, ve'al kulam elo selichot, selach lanu mechalanu, kaper lanu. Al chait shekatanu Al chait shekatanu lefanecha b'tzumet yad, ve'al chait shekatanu lefanecha b'timchon levav, ve'al kulam elo selichot, selach lanu mechalanu, kaper lanu.
We are seated as the repetition continues on 268.
Eloheinu v'lo avotenu, b'chol avonotenu, b'yom ha'kippurim hazeh, mechei v'haver peshaenu v'chatotenu mineged einecha ka'amur, anochi anochi hu moche peshaecha lama'ani, v'chatotecha lo etzkor b'ne'emar, machiti ka'av peshaecha, v'chanan chatotecha, tshuva elai ki galticha b'ne'emar, v'bayom hazeh chaper lechem, l'taher etchem, Mikol chatotechem, lifnei Adonai titaru, Eloheinu v'lo avotenu, ka'adeshenu b'mitzvotecha, v'techelkeinu b'toratecha, sabenu mitzuvecha, v'samechenu b'shuatecha, v'tar helibenu le'odecha b'emet, v'tar helibenu le'odecha b'emet, Yatasu l'chon Yisrael, m'cholon l'shuftei Yisharun, b'chol dor v'dor, Mibaladecha elanu melech mochel v'saleach ela ata baruch atah Adonai melech mochel v'saleach labanotenu labanotam obeit Yisrael ma'avir ashmotenu b'chol shana v'shana Melech al kol haaretz, Mekadesh Yisrael. Melech al kol haaretz, Mekadesh Yisrael. Melech al kol haaretz, Mekadesh Yisrael. Yom Kippurim. Ritzei Adonai Eloheinu v'Amachai Yisrael l'tfilatam v'ashevet avodah l'ir beitecha v'yishei Yisrael l'tfilatam be'ahava tekabel b'ratzon v'tehila ratzon tamid avodat Yisrael amecha v'techazena einenu b'shuvecha l'tzion berachamim baruch atah Adonai hamachazir shekinato l'tzion modim anachnu lach. Ato kilu chalarachamecha, v'armachem kilu tamakasadecha, me'olam ki v'hinu lach. Ve'akulam yitbarak v'truam shivcha malkeinu tamid le'olam va'ed. Avinu malkeinu zachor rechamecha, u'chavosh chasecha, chalei dever v'cherev v'ra'av, u'shvi u'mashchit, v'avon u'shma u'ma'agefa u'vegara, v'chol mechala, v'chol tekala, v'chol ketata, v'chol minei foroniot, v'chol gazei ra'ra, v'sinat chinaham me'aleinu, me'al chol b'nei v'ritecha.
Uchtov l'chaim tovim, kol b'nei ritecha.
Tov l'chaim tovim, kol b'nei v'ritecha, v'chol l'chaim yidu chasela, v'lalu et shumcha b'met, ha'el yeshuatenu v'ezratenu sela, baruch atah Adonai, atov shimcha v'lechanei lehodot. Eloheinu v'lei avatenu, barchenu, hamshu leshet b'torah haktuva, Ayidei Moshe Abdecha, Haborah Mipi Aaron Uvanav Kohanim, Am Kedoshecha Kamur, Yivarecha Adonai v'yishmerecha,
Ken yiratzon,
Ve'er Adonai panav elecha v'yichuneka,
ken yiratzon.
V'sa Adonai panav elecha, Yasem lecha shalom.
Ken yiratzon.
Sim shalom ba'olam tova u'bracha, chen v'chesed v'rachamim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael amecha, v'achenu avinu kulanu ke'echad v'yor panecha natat alanu, Adonai Eloheinu, Torat chayim v'avat chesed u'tzaka u'bracha, v'rachamim v'chayim v'shalom, v'tov beinecha levarech et amcha Yisrael b'chol eit, v'chol shabi shlomecha.
V'sefer chaim v'racha v'shalom, for nasa tova nizacher v'nikatei lefanecha, anachnu choloncha b'yisrael chaim tovim u'leshalom.
Sefer Chaim Beracha V'Shalom U'Parnasa Tova Nizacher V'Nikatei Lefanecha Anachnu V'Chol Amcha Beit Yisrael L'Chaim Tovim U'Leshalom Baruch atah Adonai
Baruch Shemo.
Say Shalom.
Amen. We rise 271. The ark is open for Avinu Malkeinu. We begin quietly, and then we'll start repeating the lines in bold in the middle of the page after Mark recites them.
Avinu Malkeinu Chatanu Lefanecha. Avinu Malkeinu Chatzirenu B'Shuva Shlema Lefanecha.
Avinu Malkeinu Chatzirenu B'Shuva Shlema Lefanecha.
Avinu Malkeinu Shalach Refuah Shlema Lecholei Amecha.
Avinu Malkeinu Shalach Refuah Shlema Lecholei Amecha.
Avinu Malkeinu Zochrenu B'Zikaron Tov Lefanecha.
Avinu Malkeinu Zochrenu B'Zikaron Tov Lefanecha.
Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Chaim Tovim.
Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Chaim Tovim.
Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Geulah B'Yeshua.
Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Geulah B'Yeshua.
Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Parnasah V'Chalkala.
Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Parnasah V'Chalkala.
Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Zechuyot.
Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Zechuyot.
Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Slicha U'Mechila.
Avinu Malkeinu Kodvenu B'Sefer Slicha U'Mechila. Avinu Malkeinu Watzmach Olam Yishua. Avinu Malkeinu Harim Keren Yisrael Lamecha Avinu Malkeinu Harim Keren Yisrael Avinu Malkeinu Avinu Malkeinu Salaman Harugim Hashem Kochecha Avinu Malkeinu Salaman Tibuchim Yodeh Avinu Malkeinu Salaman Vayivay Shemon Avinu Malkeinu Salaman
Avinu Malkeinu
Chaneinu Baneinu Avinu Malkeinu Chaneinu Baneinu Ein Banu Masim Aseh Imanu Tzedaka v'chesed Aseh Imanu Tzedaka v'chesed Ve'oshienu. Ark is closed. Kaddish Shalem 272.
Yikara v'yikara Shemei Rabba Be'alma Dirak Yidur Tev Yamlik Malkut Tev B'chayachon Rev Yamechon B'chayachon Beit Yisrael V'agalav Yizman Kariv Imeru Amen Yehi Shmei Rabba Mevorach Le'olam Olam E'omaya Yitbarach V'ishtabach Yitrar V'jomam Min HaSevi Tadar V'jalei V'talal Shmei Dekudesha B'richu Leila Leila Min Kol Berchata V'sher Hatzat Tishbachata V'nechmata Damiran Be'alma V'imeru Amen Tika Baal Tzolzol Matachon L'chol Yisrael Karamu V'honde V'shmaya V'imeru Amen Shlomo Rabba Min Shemaya V'chaim Aleinu V'al Kol Yisrael V'imeru
Amen.
Oseh Shalom V'imramav V'yaseh Shalom Aleinu V'al Kol Yisrael V'imeru
Amen. Yeshua to Mark, leading Shacharit. We continue with the Torah service on page 274. Please remain standing. The ark will be opened in a minute, but not quite yet.
Ein kamocha v'Elohim Adonai v'ein kemasecha malchutecha malchut kol olamim umemshaltecha bechol dor v'dor Adonai melech Adonai malach Adonai yimloch le'olam va'ed Adonai Adonai Yevarech et amo v'shalom av harachamim eitiv avitzoncha et Zion tivnei chomot Yerushalayim tivnei chomot Yerushalayim kivecha levad batachnu melech elam venisa adon olamim Vayehi binso Haron vayomer Moshe Kuma Adonai ve'afutzu oivecha ve'anusu mesanecha mipanecha ki mitzion tetzei Torah ki mitzion tetzei Torah udvar Adonai Birushalayim Baruch Shenatan Torah Torah Baruch Shenatan Torah Torah Le'amo Yisrael B'kedushato
275.
Adonai, Adonai, El Rachum V'Chanun, Erech Apayim, V'Rav Chesed V'Emet, Notzer Chesed La'alafim, Nosei Avon V'Fesha, V'Chata V'Nakeh, Adonai, Adonai, El Rachum V'Chanun. V'ani tefilati lecha Adonai et ratzon Elohim berov chasecha Aneni be'emet yishecha V'ani tefilati lecha Adonai et ratzon Elohim berov chasecha Aneni be'emet yishecha V'ani tefilati lecha Adonai et ratzon Elohim berov chasecha Aneni be'emet yishecha.
Close.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh v'nara Shemo.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh v'nara Shemo.
Gadol Adonai iti, v'nara Shemo yachdav.
Lecha Adonai Agedula v'Tiferet. Okay. V'Tiferet v'Hanetzach v'Hahod. Ki chol Lahadam Ramah Kadoshu Romemu Romemu Adonai Eloheinu Ve'ishtachavu Lehar Kodsho Ki Kadosh Adonai Eloheinu Yanai na 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 ya na na yanai na 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 ya na 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 yanai na 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 ya na na yanai na 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 ya na 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 ay ya na ya na na ya ya ay ya na ya na na ya ya ay ya na ya na 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 yanai na 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 Maybe seated, good yontif, mar tov, boker tov. For those sitting in the ballroom, stay if you want to. There is space in here. I don't know if you want to just be as far away from me as possible, but there is space, and it's nice and light in here. But you can stay there if you want. But you can stay if you want. We're about to do the Torah reading. We want to welcome the Honorable Jan Perry, who is a candidate for United States Congress, who's spending part of the morning with us. Shana Tova, and welcome to the Beth Am community. We're going to give these instructions several times because it's a little bit different than how we used to do things at Temple Beth Am, and that might be confusing, even though everything has changed in the last few years. If you were on the field last night and heard the sermon I gave there, that's the sermon I'm going to be giving here. If you liked it and you want to hear it again, by all means. It wasn't that good. And the sermon that Rabbi Schatz gave here, she's giving out there. So if you would like to hear both of our sermons, place yourself in the right place at the appropriate time. We'll give a warning here when she's about 5 minutes from giving her sermon there, and vice versa. You will not be insulting anyone at all if you switch places. It makes sense. They may want to hear more than one sermon on Yom Kippur. So we're about to do this Torah reading from Parshat Acharei Mot that goes through what Yom Kippur was in biblical times. Yom Kippur in biblical times was not a Torah reading. It was not a kittel. It was not, ark openings. It was the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, and the Holy of Holies, first in the Mishkan, in the traveling tabernacle in the desert, and then eventually in the Beit HaMikdash, in the Temple of Jerusalem. And what actually was the role of that high priest, the Kohen Gadol, on Yom Kippur? The Torah reading, which we're about to read, makes it clear. He had to conduct the ceremonies of the day perfectly, lest something bad happen to the people. A different kind of pressure than any functionary feels today. If I call a page wrong, I'm not concerned that somehow the Jewish people will not achieve expiation for their sins. But the way the Torah lays it out, if the high priest were not to do everything exactly, specifically as told, the whole ceremony would crumble. The fate of the nation and of the world hung in the balance as the Kohen Gadol sent one goat off to the wilderness, as we'll read, offered another as a sacrifice with a bull. And when he entered behind the curtain into the Kodesh Kodeshim, the Holy of Holies, he sprinkled the blood of the goat and offered prayers asking for the people's sins to be forgiven. I'd like to imagine, as I try to reify that image in my mind, that as this person, the Kohen Gadol, who would change from generation to generation, as he did these ceremonies, the people outside were praying for their own things. He was inside praying for all of them. They were probably outside praying for themselves. This one hoping for forgiveness for one sin, that one hoping forgiveness from another sin, this one focused on health, that one focused on making a good living. Rabbi Dani Segal, who's a rabbi in Israel, he wonders whether the actions of the Kohen Gadol were meant to pull each person from their own needs and their own prayers and get them just for a few moments to focus on the needs of the whole nation. While he was in the Holy of Holies, no matter what else they were praying for him to also emerge safely and telling them that their prayers were accepted. For just a few moments, all of the Jewish people's hearts were turned to the same thing. It's a lovely thing to fantasize about and maybe even to try to recapitulate. In addition to conducting the service without error and to carrying each of the prayers higher, the Kohen Gadol's job was to create a moment, just one, where we understood that we are all in this together. We fall and we rise together. Let's see if we can see that and pull that out of the reading that we're about to experience. You can find it in your Machzor. On page 278. Biazor, Biagim Vishilachol Chosim Boven Amar Amen. Hakol Havu Godel Einu Nuchavod La Torah. Yamod Moshe ben Abraham v'Chana L'Aliyah Rishona Baruch Shonatan Torah L'Moiseh B'Kedushato V'atem Madlikin Lo'echem Chayim Kulchem Hayom.
No, here we go.
Oh, a little second.
Baruch Hu Adonai HaBaruch. Baruch Adonai HaBaruch Le'olam Vo'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam V'natan Lanu Et Torato. Shabbat B'Manu Mikol Ha'amim V'natanu Et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen. 278.
וידבר אדוני אל משה אחרי מות שני בני אהרון בקרבתם לפני אדוני וימותו. ויאמר אדוני אל משה דבר אל אהרון אחיך ויל יבוא וכל עת אל הקודש מבית לפרוכת אל פני הכפורת אשר על הארון ולא ימות כי בענן יראה על הכפורת. בזאת יבוא אהרון אל הקודש בפר בן בקר לחטאת ועיל לעולה. כתונת בד קודש ילבש ומכנסי בד יהיו על בשרו ובאבנת בד יחקור ובמצנפת בד יצנוף בגדי קודש הם ורחץ במים את בשרו ולבשם ומאת עדה בני ישראל ייקח שני שעירי עזים לחטאת ועיל אחד לעולה והקריב אהרון את פר החטאת אשר לו וכיפר בעדו וביד ביתו.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher notan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam notah b'tuhenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Ya'amod Meir ben Shmuel u'Miriam li'ashniya.
Top of 279.
Baruch Hu Adonai Hamvarach. Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Ha'amim V'natan Lanu Et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah.
אמן. ולקח את שני השעירים והעמיד אותם לפני אדוני פתח אוהל מועד. ונתן אהרון על שני השעירים גורלות, גורל אחד לאדוני וגורל אחד לעזאזל. והקריב אהרון את השעיר אשר עלה עליו הגורל לאדוני יעשהו חטאת, והשעיר אשר עלה עליו הגורל לעזאזל יעומד חי לפני אדוני לכפר עליו, לשלח אותו לעזאזל המדברה. והקריב אהרון את פר החטאת אשר לו, וכיפר בעדו וביד ביתו, ושחט את פר החטאת אשר לו.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tohenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Yamdu, Meir ben Feivel v'Rivka, B'yad Karen Chana bat Zalman u'bracha li'ah shlishi.
Bottom paragraph 279.
Baruch et Adonai Hambarach.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hambarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam, asher bocha bonu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. ולקח ולמטה גרלי שמיה למזבח מלבני אדוני ומלאכת נב כתורת צבים דקה והביא מבין הברוכת ונתן את הקטורת על האש לבני אדוני וכיסה ענן הקטורת את הכפורת אשר לעדות ולא ימות ולקח מדם הפר ויזר וצבאות בני הכפורת קדמה ולבני הכפורת יזה 7 פעמים מן הדם באצבעו ושחט את ציר החטאת אשר להם והביא את עמו אל מבית לפרוכת ויעשה את עמו כאשר עשה לדם הפר ויזרתו על הכפורת ולפני הכפורת וכיפר על הקודש מטומאת בני ישראל ומפשעיהם לכל חטאתם וכן יעשה לאוהל מועד השוכן איתם ותוך טומאתם וכל אדם לא יביא אוהל מועד ובואו לחבר בקודש עד צאתו וחיבר בדו ויד ביתו וביד כל קהל ישראל.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam, asher natan lanu Torat emet, v'chayei olam natan b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Yamdu, Rachel bat Nachman, Herschel v'Tova Fega, B'yad Dover Chaim ben Shlomo, Leah Rabbi.
Middle of 280.
Baruch Adonai Hambarach.
Baruch Adonai
Baruch Adonai Hambarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim ונתן לנו את תורתו. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. ויצא למזבח אשר לפני אדוני וכיפר עליו ולקח מדם הפר ומדם השעיר ונתן על קרנות המזבח סביב ויזלה מן הדם באצבעו 7 פעמים ותיארו וקידשו מטומאות בני ישראל וכילה מכוורת הקודש ואת אוהל מועד ואת המזבח והקריב את השעיר החי ושמח אהרון את שידיו על ראש השעיר החי והתוודה עליו וכל עוונות בני ישראל וכל פשעיהם לכל חטאותם ונתן אותם על ראש השעיר ושילה ביד אישיתי המדברה ונשא השעיר עליו וכל עוונותם אל ארץ גזירה ושילח את השעיר במדבר ובארון אל אוהל מועד ובשד בגדי עבודה אשר לבש בבוא אל הקודש וניחם שם ורחץ את בשרו במים במקום קדוש ולבש בגדיו ויצא ועשה את עולתו ואת עולת העם וכיפר בעדו ובידם.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נתן בתוכנו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Yadu Rivka by Yitzchak and Leah Yeshua ben Hallel HaKohen Oya Chamishit. We're going to cover the Torah for a second, saying Mishaber for Cholim. There's someone whose name you'd like inserted in the bracha, someone who you're thinking of in your family amongst friends who is ill. You can rise in your place. When I pause, we'll say all the names together. Mishaber Chamoten Rabbi Yitzchak v'Yakov Imotenu Sarivka Rachel B'Leah V'Yivarech V'Rapeh Kol HaCholim Kol HaCholot B'Kila K'tosha Hazot Ez Haviyafa Bat Esther V'Rivka Bat Pesha V'Yosef Menachem Mendel Ben Gittel V'Yehuda Ben Abraham V'Sarah V'Ben Tzom Ben Gittel V'Elena Kramer V'Tzirol Chana Bat Sivya V'Yitzchana Bat Chasik V'Ulav Yehuda Yisrael Ben Leah V'Mordechai Ben Esther V'Yehudit Bat Rivka V'Dani Ben Yamin Ben Tov Ben Arit V'Taibo Bat Rachel Leah V'Yeshua Ben Shendel V'Bat Yelea Bat Chaya V'Yosef Simcha Ben Sarah Chana V'David Yosef Ben Rivka V'Tzipor Liba Bat Esther Chana V'Taibo Bat Chaya Chana Zahava Bat Sarah Freda V'Eden Ezra Chaim Ben Dvora V'Toa Bat Leah V'Shimon Ben Chaya V'Meir Ben Miriam V'Liron Bat Ilan V'Chedva V'Yitzchak Dov Ben Yosef Udvora V'Moshe Nachem Ben Rachel V'Shmuel Laban Baila Leah V'Ed Chana Bat Blima V'Ed Peter Powell V'Ed Rezel Bat Rachel V'Ed Chana Bat Abraham V'Sosia V'Ed Zelman Bela. V'Kol HaCholim HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yimalei Rachmim Alehem Lachzikam L'Rapatam V'Shlach Lehem Meiraf Wash Them Amin Shemayim Fort HaNefesh Fort HaGuf B'toch Sha'ar HaCholim V'Yichazek Yedei Oskim B'Tzorchehem Hashta B'Galai B'Zman Kari V'Nomar Amen. We wish a full and speedy recovery to everyone whom we were praying for today. And we continue, Joey, on the Torah service where?
On the top of page 281.
Baruch Hu Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Baruch L'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Baruch L'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Amim V'Natan Lanu Et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah. Amen. V'yet Chelev Achatat Yakir HaMizbecha והמשלח את השעיר לעזאזל, יכבס בגדיו ורחץ בשרו במים, ואחרי כן יבוא למחנה, ויית פרח חטאת, ויציר החטאת, אשר הובא תמם לחבר בקודש, יוציא אל מחוץ למחנה, ושרו באש את תורתם ובשרם ואת פרשם, ושורף אותם, יכבס בגדיו, ורחץ בשרו במים, ואחרי כן יבוא אל המחנה, והייתה לכם לחוקת עולם, והקודש השיעי, ועשו לקודש, תענו את נפשותיכם, וכל מלאכה לא תעשו, העזרא והגר אגר בתוככם, כי ביום הזה יחברכם לתאר אתכם מכל חטאותיכם, לבני אדוני תתארו. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Yamdu Daniela ben Abraham ben Chava ben Ari Yitzchak ben Chaim Tzvi ben Tzivya Aliyah Shishi.
Bottom of 281.
Baruch Adonai Barach. Baruch Adonai Barach Olam Vaed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Hamim V'natan Lanu Et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai Notein HaTorah.
Amen. Shabbat Shabbatoni lachem v'nitem et nafshotechem kukat olam. וכיפר הכהן אשר ימשוך אותו ואשר ימלא את ידו לכהן תחת אביו ולבש את בגדי הבד בגדי הקודש וכיפר מקדש הקודש ויתו אל מועד בית המזבח יכפר ויעל הכהנים ועל כל עם הקהל יכפר והייתה זאת לכם לחוקת עולם לכפר על בני ישראל מכל חטאותם אחת בשנה ויעש כאשר ציווה אדוני את משה.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai notein HaTorah.
Amen. Tamod Yisrael Alea bat Gershon Maftira. Please rise. Chasi Kaddish.
Yitgadal v'yitgadash shemech Rabba. Galimadi v'rakiruteh v'yamlich malchuteh b'chayechon uvyomechon u'chayei d'chol Beit Yisrael ba'agala ba'agala uvizman kariv v'imru Amen. Yehi shemech Rabba mevarach Le'alam l'alem e'alemaya Yitbarach v'yishtabach V'yitbar v'yitramam v'yinaseh V'yitadar v'yitale v'yitalal Shemech kudsha berichu Le'ela le'ela Mikol birchata v'shirata Tushbechata v'nechamata Da'amiran v'yalema v'imru Amen.
Yamdu Magbiya Hagolel Sefer Rishon. Please rise as the first Torah is lifted. Michael, move that mic so you don't hit it. Vezos HaTorah Asher Sam Moshe Livnei Yisrael Al Pi Adonai B'Yad Moshe Eitz Chayim Nilam Achazikim Ba'aveton Che'ameusha Eitz Chayim Nilam Achazikim Ba'aveton Che'ameusha Terach Darchei Noam V'chol Netivotei Shalom May be seated. The Maftir Aliyah we found
On the bottom of page 282.
Baruch Hu et Adonai Hamvara.
Baruch
Baruch Adonai V'rach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch et Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher bachar banu mikol amim. V'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch et Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Ve'asor l'chodesh hashvi'i hazeh. Mikra kodesh yeh lachem. V'nitem et nafshotechem. Kol melacha lo tasu. V'kraftem ola l'Adonai re'al nichoach par ben vakar. Echad el echad. Kvasim b'nei shana shivat mimim yulachem. Umin chatam solev v'lulav hashamen. 13 לפר, 12 לעיל האחד, יסרון לכבש האחד לשבעת הכבשים, זריזים אחד חטאת מלבד, חטאת הכיפורים ועולת התמיד, ומלכתה ונזכיהם.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tocheinu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Yamdu Magbiya v'Hagolel Sefer Sheni. Please rise. The second Torah is lifted. Just out of the way. Watch your step. Vezos HaTorah Asher Samoshe Levnei Bnei Yisrael Al Pi Adonai B'Yad Moshe Zikim Ba'avetom Che'ameh Sharei Zayin Gila Machazikim Ba'avetom Che'ameh Netivatei Shalom, Derachei Darchei Noam, Bechol Netivatei Shalom, Yai Yai, Anai Nanai Anai, Anai Nanai Anai, Anai Nanai Anai, Ay 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 Ay
Torah for Yom Kippur can be found on page 284.
May be seated. Meyer?
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam Asher bachar benviim tovim ve'ratzav v'divrehem hanemarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai habocher b'Torah uv'Moshe avdo v'Yisrael amo v'imviei ha'emet v'atzedek. Ve'amar solu solu panu darech harimu miksho miderech ami. Ki cho amar rambanisa shochenat v'kadosh shamo merom v'kadosh eshchon v'taka ushva ruach u'hachayo ruach shvalim hachayo lev nidkaim ki lo le'olam ariv ve'lo lanetzach eksav ki ruach milfanai atov u'shamod ani asiti Bavam bitza kasafti kehu haster v'eksav v'yelech shavav b'derech libo Derecha v'ra'iti v'erpaehu v'yanchehu v'shalem nichumim lo v'lav Orei niv sefatayim Shalom shalom larachok v'lakarov Mar Adonai or fativ V'harshaim kayam nigrash Ki hashke lo yuchal V'grishu meimav refesh vatit Ein shalom amar Elohai l'rshaim Kirav v'garot al taksov Chashafar harem kolecha V'haged le'ami pisham U'veit Yaakov chatotam V'yoti yom yom yidroshun V'da derecha yachpatsun Kegoy asher tzedakah asa Umishpat Elohav lo azav Yishaluni mishpatei sedek V'kira Elohim yachpatsun Lama samnu velo ra'ita Ininu nafshenu velo teda Hein beyom somchem timsu chefetz V'chlatz v'chem tingosu Hein leriv u'matzah tatsumu u'hakot Begrof resha Lo tatsumu chayam Lashmiya bamarum kolchem Hachazeh yeh som evcharehu yom anot adam nafsho halacho kegmon rosho v'sak v'efer yatzia halazeh tikratzom v'yom ratzon ladonai halazeh som evcharehu pateach hartubo resha hater agudo motah V'shalach retzutzim chovshim v'chol motah tenateku. Halo v'aroz la're'ev lachmecha v'ani merudim tavi hitirei arom v'chisito umi besarcha lo titalam. Az yibaka kashacha orecha v'aruchatecha mehera titzmach V'halach lefanecha sitkecha chevod Adonai yasvecha Az tikra v'Adonai yaneh teshuvah v'yomar hineni im tasir mitochecha motah shelach etzbat v'daber avin v'tafek la'ra'ev nafshecha v'nefesh nena tasbiyach v'zarach b'choshech orecha V'afilatecha katzoraim V'nachacha Adonai tamid V'hizbiya B'tzachzacha nafshecha V'atzmotecha yachalit V'ha'ita kegan Ravet uchmotza mayim Asher lo yechazvu meimav Uvanu mimcha chorvot olam Mosdei dor v'dor Tekomem V'korah lecha goder peretz meshovev netivot l'shavet im tashiv mishabat raglecha asod chafatzecha b'yom kodshi v'karata l'shabat oneg likdosh Adonai mechubad v'chibato me'asot derechecha Mimso chefsacha v'daber davar Az tikanag Adonai v'hirkavticha al bamate Aretz pachalticha Nachalat Yaakov avicha Ki pi Adonai diber Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam sor kol ha'amim sadik b'chol darot hal hane'eman ha'omer ve'oseh ha'medaber u'mekayem shekol devarav emet v'tzedek ne'eman atahu Adonai Eloheinu v'anachnu madin ne'eman atahu Adonai Eloheinu V'namanim devarecha, v'devar echad midvarecha, achor lo yashuv rekam, Ki al melech ne'eman v'rachaman ata, baruch atah Adonai. Ha'el ha'ne'eman b'chol devarav. Rachem al Tzion, ki hi vet chayenu. V'lalu v'nefesh toshia, b'mhera v'yamenu. Baruch atah Adonai. Sameach Zion bevanecha. Samchenu Adonai Eloheinu be'Eliyahu hanavi avdecha barachim u'malch Beit David Meshichecha b'mhera yavo ve'agel livenu al kiseh lo yeshev zar v'lo yinchalu od acherim et kavodo ki v'shem kodshecha nishbata lo shelo yichbe neiro le'olam va'ed Baruch atah Adonai Magen David Al HaTorah ve'al HaVodah ve'al Hanviim ve'al Yom HaKippurim hazeh Shenatata lanu Adonai Eloheinu limchila v'lislicha ulkepara lechavod ultifaret Al HaKol Adonai Eloheinu Anachnu modim lach umbarachim otach yiparach shimcha beficho chai tamid le'olam va'ed u'devarcha emet v'kayam la'ad baruch atah Adonai melech mochel v'so le'avonotenu ve'lavonot amo beit Yisrael u'ma'avir ashmotenu bechol shana v'shana melech hakol ha'aretz mekadesh Yisrael Melech HaKol Haaretz Mekadesh V'Yisrael V'Yom HaKippurim. Amen.
Yasher Koach to Jessica, and again for those of you, and many of us do, remember invoking the memory and the legacy of her father Howard, who used to do this Haftarah for Beth Am for many, many years. Kol HaKavod. Once again, the announcement we're making throughout Yom Kippur, Rabbi Schatz's sermon, which is the same one she gave here last night, will begin outdoors a little bit later than mine, in about 15 minutes. And my sermon, which I gave outdoors last night, will be given indoors in about 5 minutes. So if you want to rearrange, please do so. We're now going to continue with the prayers for our country, for the state of Israel, and for peace. Starting at page 288 at the bottom, please rise.
Our God and God of our ancestors, with mercy accept our prayer on behalf of our country and its government. Pour out your blessings upon this land, upon its leader, its judges, officers, and officials, who are devoted in good faith to the needs of the public. Instruct them with the laws of Torah and help them understand your rules of justice so that peace and security, happiness and freedom will never depart from our land. We pray, Adonai God, whose spirit is in all the creatures, awaken that spirit within the inhabitants of our land. Uproot from their hearts hatred and malice, jealousy and strife. Plant among those of different nationalities and faiths who dwell in our nation love and companionship, peace and friendship. May therefore be that will our land be a blessing to who dwell on earth, and cause them to dwell in friendship and freedom. Speedily fulfill the vision of your prophets. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. For all of them, from the least of them to the greatest, shall know me, and let us say, Amen.
Amen. Prayer for the state of Israel.
אבינו שבשמיים, צור ישראל וגואלו, ברך את מדינת ישראל, שתהא ראשית צמיחת גאולתנו, הגן עליה בעברת חסדך, ופרוס עליה סוכת שלומך.
ושלח אורך ועמיתך להושע שריה ויועציה, ותקנם בעצה טובה מלפניך. חזק את ידי מגיני ארץ קדשנו, והנחילם אלוהינו ישועה, ועטרת ניצחון תארם. ועתה שלום בארץ, ושמחת עולם ליושביה, ונאמר אמן.
Prayer for peace, we'll say responsively on page 289.
May we see the day when war and bloodshed cease, when a great peace will embrace the whole world.
The nation will not threaten nation, and family will not again know war.
For all who live on earth shall realize we have not come into being to hate or to destroy. We have come into being to praise, to labor, and to love.
Compassionate God, bless the leaders of all nations with the power of compassion.
Fulfilled the promise conveyed in Scripture, I will bring peace to the land, and you shall lie down, and no one shall terrify you.
I will rid the land of vicious beasts, and it shall not be ravaged by war.
Let love and justice flow like a mighty stream. Let peace fill the earth as the waters fill the sea, and let us all say, Amen.
Hey, be seated, everyone. So once again, this is your last chance. And again, if you want to hear Rabbi Schatz's sermon, it's beginning in a few minutes out on the field. And this is the sermon that I delivered yesterday on the field. Those gabais. Morning, everyone. Who remembers what I spoke about last year? Should we talk about what to eat again? I won't talk about what to eat, but I might make a glancing reference about when to eat. But for now, let's talk about suffering a little bit. Suffering is brutal. That's obvious. And no good person would wish it even on an enemy. But all suffering? I'm not so sure about all suffering. It turns out that psychologists and neuroscientists mostly agree that not all suffering is equal. Not even the same amount of empirical pain is equal. It depends on the circumstances. Imagine you're on a long-haul flight. The person next to you falls asleep, leaning on your arm. And for hours, you're in pain as your arm cramps, as blood flow is stemmed, and you second-guess yourself as to how rude it would be to poke that person up in order to free your limb. Now, quantify that pain and suffering in your head, almost give it a number, and transfer that same amount to a different situation. You're on a long-haul flight with your infant child. You would do anything to get her to sleep. You rock her in the crook of your arm, back and forth for hours. And eventually she's asleep. You wouldn't dare move a muscle. You would like to request that everyone on the plane stay in their seats and not breathe so as not to change the situation. And as the minutes go by, the ache in your arm increases. The physical part of it is actually discomfort, a little bit of minor suffering. But emotionally, you are aglow. You got your kid to sleep. She will be in such a better mood when you land. You are the parent of the year, or at least the parent of the flight. It turns out that our experience of pain and suffering has much to do with whether it was imposed upon us, that's terrible, or whether we've chosen it. That can be noble. And from an anthropological look at human beings, we can not only tolerate some minor, temporary, chosen suffering, we might actually need it. While we are organisms who want and we crave and we desire, from an evolutionary perspective, we thrive in lack. We thrive in resisting cravings and in stemming some desires. Dr. Mark Mattson, he's a neuroscientist at Johns Hopkins and at the National Institute on Aging. He wrote, if you think evolutionarily, predators in the wild fight for prey while in the fasting state and are better at recovering from inevitable injuries. And the human counterpart, people who evolved in feast or famine environments, they simply would not have survived and evolved unless they were somehow protected by the fasting. He goes on to say that our human ancestors did not consume 3 regularly spaced large meals plus snacks every day. Most, if not all, of our organ systems on the cellular level respond to intermittent lack in ways that enable the organism and the cells to tolerate and then overcome the challenge and return to normal. This is biology, and it's eye-opening, both practically and metaphorically. Living with lack and experiencing temporary, chosen suffering can be good for us in many ways. Now, I'm not romanticizing, God forbid, chronic hunger, nor a life of asceticism. But the notion of choosing frequently within a greater context of getting most of our needs met, choosing to go without, to forego, to suffer a little bit, that speaks to me. Choosing to divert urges and to intentionally experience even a little hunger without feeding it instantly to help your cells rebound as they are evolutionarily trained to do, that might make life both longer and better. Now, Judaism, of course, has plenty of experience with suffering. Hence, one of the most important words in our entire tradition, oy. We're good at it. But also, our tradition has a lot to say about suffering, including suffering that you choose. In the Talmud and Tractate Brachot, the rabbis do some complicated wordplay that I'm going to skip over, but in order to create an association between a brit, a covenant of salt, melach, and a brit or covenant of yisurin, suffering. And the Talmud states, just as a little bit of salt brings out the flavor of the meat, or the seitan, last year, so too, a little bit of suffering can actually sweeten life and make it taste better. Now, the rabbis didn't know neuroscience. They had no idea what a cell was. They weren't speaking of evolution or of how the mitochondria in your cells thrive when they're not fed all the time. Nor were they talking about suffering that wallops you, unbidden. They were saying that we intentionally salt the beef in order to bring out its taste, and so too, we should intentionally salt our lives. Go without some sweetness. Live proactively with some want, some lack. Life might be sweeter as a result. I want to be clear. Taken to an extreme, this is dangerous. And we are living in an era in which self-harm has proliferated. There's a lot of stress out there. And I want to make it clear, in case it was not already, that nothing in Jewish wisdom or medical wisdom suggests or even permits egregious self-harm or extended living without. In fact, the Russian Rabbi, Rabbi Yisrael Friedman, who was a Hasidic sage in Ukraine and in Austria in the early 19th century, he made such a comment specifically on the Talmudic text that I mentioned before. Too much salt, he reminds us, ruins meat. And too much suffering can ruin a person. But a little bit, chosen, calculated, limited, for a noble purpose, That kind of elected discomfort can feel good to us and can actually be good for us. What would our lives look like if we didn't just attempt to avoid all suffering or just endure it when it came to us, but if we beckoned it a bit to enjoy the pain of the child sleeping in our arm, or the relief in cryotherapy, which is not itself comfortable in the moment, or the pounding the masseuse does on our aching muscles. It is weird that the massage feels better the more that it hurts. It felt so amazing, I did it twice. These are the words that opened a Facebook post of a colleague of mine in January. What was he writing about? A polar plunge, diving into frigid waters in January on the East Coast. He continued, I thought of my ancestors in the old country who would break through the ice to immerse themselves in a mikveh, and Native Americans who bathed themselves and their babies in rivers and lakes every day of the year. You know, many studies have shown how cold plunges that are fantastically uncomfortable in the moment have many benefits. Even occasional and short plunges in very cold water have been shown in study after study to ameliorate bouts of depression, brain health, pain management, longevity, athletic performance, immune health, and mood. All of these seem to benefit from occasional exposure to profound discomfort. This type of chosen, manageable pain and discomfort has a name in English. It's called hormetic stress. Hormetic stress. One paper in the journal Aging Research Reviews said it this way: underexposure to stress could leave your body unchallenged, while overexposure could lead to health problems. Hormetic stress is the sweet spot where stress could be beneficial. A little bit of good hormetic stress helps mitigate the toxic effects of all the bad stress, all the stuff you don't choose and that you wish would just go away. Now, the word itself, hormetic, from the noun hormesis, is fascinating. It comes from the same Greek root that produces the word hormone. What is a hormone? It's a catalyst. It makes something move. A hormone gets things unstuck. Hormesis in Greek means rapid motion or eagerness. When we proactively and enthusiastically choose certain stressors, certain true discomforts, we can awaken our bodies and we can awaken our minds and our spirits. Now, I know that this notion is counterintuitive. Isn't it better always to have plenty rather than lack? We want more of everything. More access, more food in our cabinets, more bandwidth, more screens, more streaming subscriptions, more Marriott points, more Delta status, more words in the sermon? Okay, you got it. More. I think some of that more is making us more unhappy. More of being in a mode of wanting and needing more. More envious. More exhausted on the race to nowhere. Maybe we need to start speaking the truth of less. Less stuff, sure. We know where it's going eventually, but also a little less pleasure, less instant gratification, and more chosen hormetic suffering. My dear friend and colleague, Rabbi Ed Feinstein, who's probably spinning out a delightful sermon this very moment about 10 miles north at VBS, he wrote a wonderful story that's based on a rabbinic midrash that explores the inner mind of the life of Adam and Eve. He imagines this young couple, after expulsion from paradise, and after years of working together under duress in that little pocket east of Eden, he imagines them exploring the world. They had learned to till the soil. No one had taught them. They had invented child rearing, and we know how hard their kids were. And now it was time to take in the wider beauty of God's world. They took a journey. They stood on great mountains. They walked amid grand forests. They trekked vast deserts, and they traversed the magnificent sea. And one day they happened upon a place that looked familiar, but they couldn't place it. An angel guarding the entrance suddenly disappeared. And then they heard God's voice, which they had not heard since they had been sent out from the place to which they had now accidentally returned, the Garden of Eden. God said to them, "My children, you have wandered, you have suffered, you have toiled. Your punishment is complete. Come back home to this garden." Adam and Eve hesitated. They had grown shrewd and even a little suspicious over the years. Eve asked, "Can I talk to your supervisor?" And God was like, "I don't have a supervisor, I'm God." And they asked, "It's been so long. Remind us, what is this garden even like?" God replied, "It is majestic. It's free of pain and loss and want and even work. It's a perfect paradise." Adam and Eve considered God's response and beautiful invitation. It seemed pretty tempting. No struggle, no pain, no suffering, an endless life of ease. And then Adam turned to look at Eve, his wife. He looked into the face of the woman with whom he had struggled to make a life, to take bread from the earth, to raise children, to build a home. He read in the lines of her face all the tragedies they'd overcome. He saw in her eyes both the laughter they had shared and many, many tears. And Eve looked into Adam's face. She saw all the moments that formed their lives, jubilant celebration, yes, but also unbearable pain. She remembered the moments of life-changing crisis, of when they chose not the easy path, but the worthy path together. She remembered the flat tires and the Wi-Fi down and combing out the headlights. And as all their shared memories came back to her, she took Adam's hand in hers. Looking into his wife's eyes, Adam shook his head, and they both responded to God's invitation to paradise with the words, "No, thank you." And Adam and Eve turned their backs on God's perfections and walked home. We live in that home to which Adam and Eve chose to return. We are meant to. It's our only true reality. And to wish otherwise is to be deluded. And to even aim for a suffering-free life might actually lead to more travail, not less. Sometimes it is right within limits in the context of and towards an otherwise healthy and balanced life to walk towards hormetic suffering, to choose it temporarily, to embrace the pain on the path towards meaning and nobility. Rabbi Yehuda Alter Leib, also known as the Sfat Emet, who was one of the Rebbes of the Ger Hasidic dynasty outside Warsaw, he compares all suffering to birth pangs. Within the very suffering lies the possibility of rebirth and renewal. Now, part of this insight was autobiographical. He suffered mightily in his life, particularly as a child, when he lived with true deprivation on a level that most of us cannot really fathom. And even through his suffering, he drew wisdom and strength and resilience. But I believe his insight applies forward, not just backward. It's not just how to squeeze sweet lemonade out of the sour lemons that were dumped on you, but how to know which sour lemons, which moments of lack, which non-fulfillment of our urges, which intentional discomfort, which mighty challenges are the very ones we should choose to live better and perhaps even to live longer. A rabbi who has one of the great names ever in the Mishnah, his name was Ben Heihei, you don't hear that name mentioned a lot at brisses, teaches us in Pirkei Avot, Lefum Tsara Agra. Literally, in the Aramaic, it means that the reward is directly related to the labor, the suffering. This is the Talmud's version of no pain, no gain. That slogan, no pain, no gain, appears in many gyms around the world, helping people to be bodybuilders. But to the rabbis, this notion was helping someone be a soul builder, a life builder. And in his commentary on the Mishnah, the Rambam, Maimonides, the great 12th century sage, applies this idea to study and to Torah study in particular. Now, he overdoes it a bit, but he's onto something. He wrote, only that which you study with exertion and labor and fear from the teacher will actually endure. Reading of enjoyment, he says, and leisure has no endurance to it, and so no point in it. Now, I like reading for pleasure, and I imagine many of you do as well. And it definitely means something different in our culture than it did in 12th century Spain and Morocco. But I take the Rambam to heart because it is indeed the very study that one does with travail, with effort, that seems nearly intolerable in the moment, with self-sacrifice. Those are the studies that earn us degrees and open up doors to life and fill us with wisdom that can enhance life. Sometimes it is right to choose suffering hormetically. We confront these potentially hormetic choices all the time in life. Parents choose hardship the moment they choose to be parents. No single choice promises more hormetic suffering than the most elemental and noble one most of us make in life. And so before the next night of no sleep, the next time preparing to help your child with a painful social situation or their own sense of overwhelm, as we tense up and we worry about the toll it takes on us to be that present and that giving to our child, remember the Ger Rebbe. Some chosen sufferings are sublime. And every bonded relationship with a spouse, a partner, a parent, a dear friend, with a rabbi, they're all going to come with pain. We would like them to be perfect, but perfection is illusory and dangerous even to hope for. So the next time some upcoming suffering or some living without or some emotional pain is looming in such a bond, how different would it be for you emotionally if you chose it, rushed towards it, plunged into those icy waters, searching for what might be awakened within them? During my truly focused attempt to learn to play guitar 5 years ago, my fingers became sore and calloused. The pain was real, and it got in the way of all sorts of simple things such as buttoning buttons and opening mail. And at the attempt itself to learn, I failed miserably. But I would choose that pain and that path again and again each time. It was the only possible way through. Every next hobby or skill or stage of relationship or learning of a new Jewish ritual that you take on, every new social encounter, every new professional task, and every new deep and honest engagement with yourself that you confront will come with some pain and suffering. Embrace it. Intermittent fasting and suffering is not just about food. It's about the trajectory towards growth and health and well-being. One of my dear colleagues tells the story of how his brother, who was a passionate ice skater, taught his own kids how to skate. He would say, "You're going to skate towards me, and I'm going to push you down." They were 3 or 4 years old at the time, and he was training them to skate towards what they knew would hurt, just a little bit. They would approach, he would bop them down onto the ice, and as they struggled and learned how to get up, he would remind them, "You cannot skate unless you are not afraid to fall." This is the way of the world. Limited, chosen suffering, such as the ache in your body post-vaccine, knowing that your antibodies are being created, such as the underappreciated and elusive power of delayed gratification, which was very notably borne out in a famous study in the 1960s called the marshmallow test, created by psychologist Walter Mischel at Stanford. If you're not familiar with it, in the original test, Mischel's team would present a child with a marshmallow and tell her that she could either eat the one treat right now or wait in the room alone for several minutes until the researcher came back a second time, at which point she could have 2 marshmallows. The promised treats were always visible, and the child knew that all she had to do to stop the agonizing wait was to ring a bell, call the experimenter back, although in that case, she would not get the second treat. After incredible study, longitudinal over years and decades, it turns out that it was proven that the longer a child delayed gratification, the longer she was able to wait, the better she would fare later in life at numerous measures of what we would now call executive functioning. She would perform better academically. She would earn a greater living. She would be healthier and happier on several metrics. She would also be more likely to avoid a series of negative outcomes, including jail time and drug abuse. A temporary intermittent fast, a chosen suffering hardwired into the mind, leading to lives lived better. Now, I can't believe I've gotten this far into the sermon on this day and not mentioned this day. Modern Yom Kippur has lots of rules and lots of prayers and lots of pages to call. In the Torah, it was very simple. The people of Israel were given exactly one commandment, one phrase on this 10th day of Tishrei. For this day of atonement, all the Torah said was, Ta'anu et nafshotechem, afflict yourselves. In modern Hebrew, some of you know that nefesh means soul or spirit. But in biblical Hebrew, it meant flesh and body. And both of those work in the translation. Because the work we are asked to do today is done through restraint and fasting more than intermittently, and from holding back, and from a bit of suffering, and more than a little discomfort to body and to soul. As we listen to hunger pangs, as we investigate the emptiness in our lives that can only be filled with tshuva, with repentance, with working hard to try to be better. Today, perhaps more than on all other days, but as an example for all those other days, we actually choose suffering. And I'd like to think that we are better for it. As my dear friend Rabbi David Ingber said, deprivation is what builds the ego. There is no birth of the ego without absence and lack. I want to end with what I consider to be a gorgeous poem by the American poet Rosemary Watola Tromer. It's called The Way It Is. The Way It Is. And it begins like this. Over and over, we break open, we break and we break and we open. For a while, we try to fix the vessel, as if to be broken is bad, as if to be broken is not also perfect, as if to be open is not the path towards joy. Her title, The Way It is so apt. As much as we may struggle with this being the way life is, this is the way life is. And we are better and happier once we accept it and embrace it and occasionally rush towards the pain. She continues in the poem, the vase that's been shattered and cracked will never hold water. Eventually it will leak. And at some point, perhaps we decide that we're done with picking our flowers anyway and no longer need a place to contain them. We just watch them grow, just as wildflowers do, unfenced, unmanaged, blossoming only when they're ready, and my God, how beautiful they are amidst the mounting pile of shards. I want to ask that we break some vases this year. Embrace fasts of all different types, for within those hungers is well-being. Find your polar plunges. Choose your hermetic suffering. In other words, live. For this is the way life is. And one such painful but ultimately nourishing plunge is into memory, into recalling the lives and the deaths of those closest to us. What is Yizkor if not a chosen temporary fast from the joy of the day? Yizkor is hormetic suffering at its most exquisite. So let us plunge together, linger but not wallow, hurt and remember and cry, in order to rise up again and laugh and live. Shana Tova. And we are now going straight into the Yizkor service, which you can find in the Book of Remembrance that was available to you as you walked in. There are plenty more over there if you want to go get them. We have to do something.
Where did I find that research about the certification of kids?
אני אשלח לך, תזכור לי באימייל.
Thank you.
We're going to begin the Yizkor service on page 4 in the booklets. The Torahs are held at the Bima. And please rise as the Torahs are lifted and held at the Bima. Who? Okay, our journey will begin on page 4, reciting some of these of the lines, bringing us into the Yizkor service.
Adonai, my dam matrehu, beni nosh vatishachashevehu. Adam la hevel damayam av kitzel over. My nosh kitis karenu ben Adam kitiv kadeinu. Vatachasarehu meyad Elohim. V'chavod v'hatartei aterehu. Yosef b'siter liyom b'tzel shatai yitzlonan. Har ladonai machsi sudati Elohai heftach bo. Shivit Adonai v'nigdi tamid ki mini balemot. L'chaim samach livi v'yagel kvoti. Af b'sari yishkon laveta.
Top of page 6 will read responsibly. There's a time for everything. There's a time for all things under the sun.
A time to be born and a time to die.
A time to laugh and a time to cry.
A time to dance and a time to mourn.
A time to seek and a time to lose.
A time to forget and a time to remember.
This day in sacred convocation, we remember those who gave us life.
This day we remember those who enrich our life with love and with beauty, with kindness and compassion, with thoughtfulness and understanding.
This day we renew the bonds that bind us to those who have gone the way of all the earth.
As we reflect upon those whose memory moves us this day, we seek consolation and the strength and insight born of faith.
Tender as a parent with their children, Adonai is merciful with us.
Adonai remembers that we are dust.
The days of human beings are as grass, they flourish as flowers in the field.
The wind passes over them and they are gone, and no one can recognize where they grew.
But God's compassion for us, the divine righteousness to children's children, remains age after age unchanging.
Some will live to see generation after generation, to see a world changed and grown.
Others face a life with trouble and travail. No matter life quickly passes, it flies away.
Teach us to use all of our days, God, that we may attain a heart of wisdom.
Grant us of your love in the morning, that we may joyously sing all our days.
Shiviti Adonai l'negdi tamid ki mini ma'alemot lechein tzamach libi v'yegel kevodi haf b'sari shkon laveita.
During our brief life on earth, God gives us choices.
We can cherish hopes, embrace values, and perform deeds which death cannot destroy.
May we all be charitable in deed and in thought, in memory of those we love, who walk the earth no longer.
May we live unselfishly in truth and love and peace, so that we will be remembered as a blessing, as we this day lovingly remember those whose lives endure as a blessing.
Turn ahead to page 68. We'll read this personal meditation out loud as a entree into the private remembrances we'll do of loved ones that we are thinking of today. Together. Eternal God, Master of mercy, give me the gift of remembering. May my memories of the dead be tender and true, undiminished by time, not falsified by sentimentality. Let me recall them and love them as they were. Give me the gift of tears. Let me express my sense of loss, my sorrow, my pain, as well as my gratitude and my love. Give me the gift of prayer. May I confront you with an open heart, with trusting faith, unembarrassed and unashamed. Give me the gift of hope. May I always believe in the beauty of life, the power of goodness, the right to joy. May I surrender my being and the soul of the dead to eternal compassion. Beginning on page 9 in your booklets, there are paragraphs that you may recite in memory of a parent or a spouse or a sibling or a child or a friend or another relative. Not explicit in this version of it, but present in many versions of Yizkor, is also an opportunity for people in their own minds to vow acts of righteousness and tzedakah in memory of their loved ones to keep their legacies alive. You may want to tune your mind to that as well. And as I often say to myself, really, in the presence of all of you, and encourage to you, as you are reciting these lines, rather than recite it about the one that you're thinking of, see if you can move your mind in such a place that you're reciting it to them. You conjure the face and hear the tenor of their voice, the timbre of their voice if they respond, and try to bring them back in as many dimensions as possible as we stand during this quiet reverie. Page 63.
Shamayim ba'aretz Ezri Me'im Adonai Osei Shamayim ba'aretz.
We turn to page 14. Ken Archorny will recite the Amal Rachmim twice. First, in memory of all the victims of the Shoah, and then in memory of everyone whose names we recalled today.
El malei rachamim, shochin b'merhomim, hametzei menucha nechona, tachat kanfei השכינה, במעלות קדושים וטהורים, כזוהר הרקיע מזהירים, לנשמות כל אחינו בני ישראל שנטבחו בשואה, אנשים, נשים וטף, שנחנקו ושנשרפו ושנערקו, שמסרו את נפשם על קידוש השם, בגן עדן תהי מנוחתם. אנא ברחמים, אסתירם בשקט בכנפיך לעולמים, וצרור בצרור חיים את נשמותיהם, אדוני הוא נחלתם, ינוחו בשלום על משכבותיהם, ונאמר אמן. אלמלא רחמים שוכן במרומים, המציא מנוחה נכונה תחת כנפי השכינה, במעלות קדושים וטהורים, כזוהר הרקיע מזהירים, לנשמות כל אלה שהזכרנו היום לברכה, בגן עדן תהי מנוחתם. אנא בעל הרחמים, אסתירם בסתר כנפיך לעולמים, וצרור בצרור החיים את נשמותיהם, אדוני הוא נחלתם, ינוחו ברוך ובשלום, על נשכבותיהם, ונאמר אמן.
Mourner's Kaddish, page 17. Yitgadal, v'yitkadash, shemei Rabba.
Amen.
V'yalmad yirach yirutei, v'yamlich malchutei. V'chayechon, v'yomechon, v'chayei dechol beit Yisrael. V'agala, v'izman kariv, v'yimru, amen.
Amen. Yehi shemei Rabba mevarach, le'olam ulamei amaya.
Yibarach v'yishtabach, v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh. Yithadar v'yitalel v'yitalal, shemei dekudusha
B'richu.
La'ela, la'ela, mikol berachata v'shirata, tushbechata v'nechamata, damiran ve'alma v'yimru, amen.
Amen.
Yehei shlama rabba min shemaya, v'chaim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'yimru, amen.
Amen.
Oseh shalom v'rama, uyaseh shalom, aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'yimru, amen.
Amen.
And we say of all of our loved ones, Yehi zichram baruch.
Amen.
May their memories be blessings to us and inspire us to live blessed lives. Remain standing as we return to the Machzor, page 295 for the Ashrei. And you're going to remain standing because the next page we're putting the Sefer Torahs away. So if you can hold the Sefer Torahs for another 30 seconds. Ashrei, page 295. Sienna here?
Yeah, she's coming back in because Yizkor.
Okay. Actually, we'll put the Torahs back. We'll put the Torahs in the holder. Actually, as soon as the Torah is in the holder, you may be seated. Put the Torahs in the back. On the, yeah. You may be seated, and again, in just a minute, we'll be on 295 for the Ashrei. Let's get the thing off of it. We're not waiting for no reason. Ashrei was assigned to one of the young members of our community. We want to make sure that she has the kavod, the great honor of leading it. So hold still. We could do it. Ay, 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 yo, yo, na, na, da, da, da. Ay na na ay ya na ya yo yo ya da ya da da ya na 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 ya na 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 ya na na ya da ya 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 ya. Ashrei, page 295. Let's get this out for you. Let's turn it around, get a little wider. Oops. Okay.
Ashrei Yoshvei Veteha Od Yalu Hasela Ashrei Amshek Hahalo Ashrei Amshana Elha Tila LeDavid Tehilat Adonai v'daver pi, v'yarek kol basar Shem kodsho le'olam va'ed. V'anachnu nevarech
Please rise, page 296, as we return the Sifrei Torah of the Ark. Do you want to stay and sing? You want to...
Yeah, hallelujah, Shem Adonai ki niskav, Shemo levado, hodo al eretz, l'shamayim, vayarem keren le'amo, sheila lecho, chasita, livnei Yisrael, am gerovo, hallelujah, hallelujah. L'Adonai ha'aretzum loha tiveh liyosheveva ki hu al yamim yisada v'al ne'arot yechanenecha mi alei lehar Adonai umi yakum bimkom kodsho ki chapayim uvar leva Asher lo nasa nashav nafshi v'lo nishva l'mirma Yisavracha mi'it Adonai U'tzedakah Elohei Shozei dor dor shav v'akshei fanecha Yaakov Selah Sehu she'arim rashechem V'hi nasu b'nchei olam V'yavo melech hakavod V'zeh melech hakavod Adonai Jesus gigibor Adonai gibor milchama Sehu she'arim rashechem U'sehu b'nchei olam V'yavo melech hakavod mi uze melech hakavod Adonai tzemot u'melech hakavod Selah Yirai 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 Shalom, Ashir.
may be seated. We turn to page 312 as Ken Archoini leads us into Musaf with the Hineni Piyut, the declaration of humility that the Chazan says really on all of our behalfs to get us into a mode where we're praying from a place of modesty and acceptance of the greatness of God. Page 312.
Mikabel tefilati, tefillat regila, v'kol hanai, ufir kanai, umerevet betot, imaveriot, v'tinkar besaton, v'valiastineni, diglein walechava vilkol v'shayim techasim yahava v'chosarot v'rahot hafochna lanu v'lecha Yisroel v'sason simcha l'chayim v'shalom ha'emet v'hashalom ehavu v'lo yishum מכשול בתפילתי. רצון מלפניך, אדוני אלוהי אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, שרה רבקה, רחל לאה, האל הגדול הגיבור והנורא, El Elyon, Asher שתבוא תפילתי לפני כיסא כבודך, בעבור כל הצדיקים והחסידים התמימים והישרים, ובעבור כבוד שמך הגדול והנורא, כי אתה אתה שומע תפילת עמך ישראל ברחמים. ברוך אתה
we turn to the Chatzi Kaddish, which is back on page 298. After the Chatzi Kaddish, we're going to do the Musaf Amidah for Yom Kippur a little bit differently than we used to. That it is going to make it a bit shorter. It is going to make it a bit shorter. At least one person booed. Rather than all of us do a quiet Amidah completely and then Rabbi Chorny doing the full repetition out loud, we're going to do it what's called a Heicha Kedusha, and I'll give you the page instructions. You're going to experience it mostly the same as you normally would, though just some pieces of it will be a little bit different. But for the moment, please rise for the Chatzi Kaddish on page 298.
Amen. Mihamati viraki brutei, niamlik malchutei, mechayikam uvyom meichon uchayei lichom beit Yisrael bagala u'izman karim v'meru amin yehei shmeira v'levorach le'olam ha'le'olam yibarach Yisbarach v'yishtamach v'yitbarach v'yitramah v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalah shemiri kudesham berichu le'ela min kol berchata v'shirata tushbechata nechamata dam niran be'yama be'meru amen.
We turn to page 313. The ark is open. Rabbi Chorny is going to begin the Amidah. We don't yet formally begin. We'll be saying these words to ourselves quietly a moment, but we'll obviously follow along. Page 313, ark is opened.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu, Elohei Avoteinu, Elohei Abraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov, Elohei Sarah, Elohei Rivka, Elohei Rachel, Elohei Leah, Ahel Hagadol Hagibor Banu Rai Elyon, Gomel Chasadim Tovim V'Konei Yaakov, V'Zocher Chasdei Avot, U'Mivi Gohen Livnei V'neihem, Liman Shemo Be'ahava. Nisod hachamim u'nevonim u'vilemed zaten mivinim Hefter chavit v'ilot hachananim v'chalot hachanibnei melech malei machamim Mochav asleich lahavonim.
The ark is closed. Zochreinu l'chaim melech hafetz b'chaim v'chafeinu b'sefer chaim l'man chalihim chaim.
Zochreinu l'chaim melech hafetz b'chaim v'chafeinu b'sefer chaim l'man Elohim chaim melech hoser v'kedem Hoshiach Magim Baruch atah Adonai Magin Abraham Ufol Ketzar Tagibur Le'olam Adonai Mechayim Iti Matan Rav Le'oshia Mechaker Chayim B'chesed Mechayim Eitim Berachamim Rabim Somech Novelim V'rovei Cholim Umatir Asurim Umekayim Emunato L'Shenei Afar Michamocha B'Geburot U'Midol Melach Melech Ne'imitu Mechayim U'Matzliach Yeshua
Michamocha Barachim Zochei Yetzura L'chaim Barachim.
Michamocha Aharamim Zocher Yitzurav L'chaim Berachamim V'ne'emanata L'chayot L'nitim Baruch Atah Adonai Mechayei Hamitim Amen L'cheinu L'cha Talei Kedusha Ki Atah Eloheinu Melech Mochel V'Soleach.
The ark is open, top of 315 for Unatana Tokev.
Tiny Tokef Itu Shatayom Ihun Oira V'Hayom Uvoti Nasei Malchutecha V'Hon V'Chesed Yisecha V'Tishev Alav V'Emet Emet Ki Atahu Dayan U'Mochiach V'Yotei Havayit V'Chotev V'Choteim V'Sofer U'Monei V'Tizkor Kol HaNishkachot V'Tiftach Et Sefer HaZichronot U'Me'alav Yikarei V'Chotam Yad Kol Adam Bo Uvishafar Gadol Yitzhaka V'kol Demama Daka Yishama U'malachim Yichafezun V'chil Redom Yachezun V'yomeru Hinei Yom Hadin Yom Hadin Leave God Atzvam Aram Badin Gilois Kubine Chavadin V'chulei Ulam Yaberun Lefanecha Kivnei Maron Yivagarat Ruei Dro Mavir Tzunav Tachat Shivto Kain Tavir V'tis Por V'timnei V'tiv Kol Nefesh Nefesh Kol Chai V'tach Tach Yitzma Lecho Briha ותכתוב את גזר דינם. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. כמה יאמרו וכמה יברחון, מי יחיה ומי ימות, מי בקיצו ומי לא בקיצו, מי באש ומי במים. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. מי בחרב ומי בחיה, מי ברעב ומי בצמא, מי ברעש ומי במגפה, מי בחניקה ומי בסקילה. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. מי ינוח ומי ינוח, מי ישקיט ומי יטרח, מי ישלב ומי יתייסר, מי יוני ומי ישיר, מי יושפע ומי ירום. ותשובה ותפילה וצדקה מעבירים את רוע גזירה. כשמך כתהילתך כשליחוס ונוח לצעוד, ילון תחפוץ אמות המת, יהי משובה מדרכו וחיה ויחד יום מותו. תחכה לו אם ישוב מיד תקבל בו. אמת כי אתה הוא יוצרם ואתה יודע יצרם, כי הם בשר ודם. הדם יסודם מעפר וסופו לעפר, בנפשו יביא לחמו, משול כחרס הנשבר, כחצי יבש וחצי צנובר, כצל עובר וכנון קלה, וכרוח נושבת, וכאבק פורח, והחלום יעוף.
ואתה הוא מלך החי וקיים.
ואתה הוא מלך החי וקיים. אין קיץ בה לשנותיך, אין קיץ לאורך ימיך, אין שיעור למרכבו כבודך. ואין פירוש לעולם שמך, שמך נאה לך ואתה נאה לשמך, ושמנו קראת.
The ark is closed.
עשי למען שמך, וקדש את שמך, מקדישי שמך, בעבור כבוד שמך נארץ להעניק.
Remain standing for the Kedusha on 317.
שרפי קודש, המקדישים, שמך בקודש, דרים אלוהים דרים מטה, ככתוב ליד אביך, וכרזה זה להאמר.
Kadosh, 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 Adonai, Tzva'ot, Malav, Alav, Kadosh, Kadosh,
Adonai Tzavaot, Melech La'aretz Kivodo, Kivodo, Malei Olam, Nishareta, Shoalim Zilate, Hayimeko, Kivodo, Leumatam, Baruch Yomeru,
Baruch Adonai Mikam
Baruch Adonai
B'yacham yachadim Shemar Baruch B'cholim Tamid Pamayim B'yad Hashem
Uifein berachamim B'hachonam Am yachadim Shemo Erev Avoker B'chol Yom Tamid Am Hayli Ahava Shema Omeri
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Eloheinu Avinu Malkeinu Moshe
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Hu Eloheinu Hu Avinu Hu Malkeinu Hu Mosheinu Ve'hu Yashvinu V'rachamav Shenit L'nei Kol Chai Li'ot Lachem L'Elohim Hayni Adonai Elohim
Adir Adireinu Adonai Adonai Adir Shem
Atir Direinu Adonai Adonainu Ma'atir Shimcha B'chol Haaretz V'Adonai L'melech Chol Haaretz V'yom Hahu Yihei Adonai Echad U'Shemo Echad U'divrei Kodeshecha Katuv Lemor
Yimloch Adonai L'Olam Dor Vador Hallelujah
Yimloch Adonai Le'olam Lo'ayich Zion Le'dor Vador Hallelujah Le'dor Vador Nagid Kol Lecha Netzach Netzachim Kedushatcha Nagdish V'Shivchacha Eloheinu Nivinu Lo Yamush Le'olam Va'ed Ki El Melech Gadol V'Kadosh Hayta
May be seated middle of 318.
Amasecha v'tismach v'masecha Yemeru lecha chosecha l'tzanecha masecha Chukta shadom hol kol masecha Od Yizkor lanu avat eitan Adoneinu V'menene kad yashmid midanyeinu U'vizchut hatam yotzi hayom l'tzedek dineinu Ki kadosh hayom Adoneinu V'yein milit yasher U'magid pesha Tagid li'akov devar chok u'mishpat V'tzadikinu b'mishpat Hamelech ha'mishpat
We turn to 319. Sorry, please rise. The ark is open. V'rochol maminim. We'll do the first two and the last two sections on 319 and 320.
הגואל ממוות ופוטי משחת וכל מאמינים שהוא גואל חזק Shemo Kein Tehilato V'chol Maminim Shehu Ve'en Bilto HaKazar B'Zam Amarichav V'chol Maminim Shehu Kashelichos Harachum Atim Rachamim Laroges V'chol Maminim Shehu Rach Lirtzot Hashavehu Mashpek Atom V'Gadol V'chol Maminim Shehu Shofet Tzedek Hatam Mitamemim Temimim V'chol Maminim Shehu Tamim Holo
The ark is closed.
Yuskal levadecha v'tim lochal kol v'yichud. Kakatu v'yad mivyecha v'yad unay lemelech al kol haaretz v'yomahu yicheron hayechad u'shemhahu echad. V'chein tein patach Adonai Eloheinu al kol ma'asecha v'yimatcha kol ma shebarata v'yirau kol ha'masim v'yishachavu levanecha kol ha'beruhim v'yasuchu lo b'gadachat matzot ritzonecha l'leivav shalem kemo sheyadanu Adonai Eloheinu sheshaltan lefanecha u'tzviyadcha g'rabi minecha v'shimcha nora kol ma shebarata V'chein, 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 ten kavod Adonai l'mecha, tin lav l'riecha, v'tikva l'doreshecha, ufitchon peilaim yachalim lach, simcha le'artzecha, v'sason le'irecha, u'tzmichat keren le'David avdecha, barichat ner le'ven Yishai v'shichlecha, b'mehera v'yameinu, v'chein, 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 tzadikim yirehu v'yismachu, v'sharim ya'adlosu, v'chasidim yirna yagilu, v'latati potzviha le'chol harisha kula keshantichle, ki tavim emshelet zadam min ha'arez.
Bottom of 322.
V'tim lo chatadu levatecha al kol masecha v'hartzi u'mishkak vodecha v'shalayim yerkodshecha katuv v'divrei kodshecha im lo Adonai le'olam alayich Zion le'dor v'ador Hallelujah Katohu shata v'nora shemecha v'yinin loach mibaladecha kakatu v'yibach Adonai tzvahot b'mishpat v'ha'el hakadosh nikdash b'tzedaka Baruch atah Adonai hamelech hakadosh.
As Kenner Chorney continues her quiet Amidah, we go back to page 300 to say the Musaf Amidah to ourselves in a quiet whisper. Page 300, we say this in a whisper and while standing. If you're still in the midst of your Amidah, please continue at your own pace. We're going to continue with these selections from the repetition, starting on page 325. Please rise as the ark is opened for the great Aleinu. I encourage you to find some space in your pew or in your row so when we do the Hishtachavaya, the bowing down, prostrate on the ground, you can participate in it fully.
Aleinu nishabeach ladon hakol lateis gedula liotzer bereishit shelo hasanu kigoyei haratzot velo samanu כמשפחות האדמה שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו לכל המונם ואנחנו לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא שהוא נוטה שמיים ויוסד הארץ ומשה יקרו בשמיים ממעל ושכינתו זו בגובי מרומים הוא אלוהינו אין עוד הם את מלכנו את סולתו כך כתוב בתורתו ידעת היום בהשבותו אל לבביך כי אדוני הוא האלוהים בשמיים ממעל והארץ מתחת אין עוד.
No, not yet.
No, leave it open.
אוכילה להלך עלי פניו Hishalom imenu manei lashon Asher mikhala mashira huzo Habirin not beyond me falav Laidam marechai lev umirunai Manei lashon Adonai Zavatai Tim Sakol Fiagin Dilatecha Il Ratzon Imrefi Thank you only be the Fanecha Adonai Zuri Vekolali
The ark is closed, may be seated. This is the section of Yom Kippur Musaf that normally we'd be doing amidst the repetition, but now we're doing it as a separate part, where we spend a little bit of time in the ancient world of the Avodah service, the high priest in the temple, and in the too many instances in Jewish history where we have suffered, that's called the Ele Eskra. And Rabbi Chorny is going to explain how we're going to approach the Avodah service, which is different than we have in the past, a little bit more creative and a little bit more hopefully immediately relevant to the notion of service and confession in this generation.
In just a few moments, we'll be on page 330 for the first piece of liturgy. But first, a word about ritual. Ritual comes down to us through the generations three ways: inherited, innovated, and invented. For years in our sanctuary service, we held tight to the inherited rituals of the Avodah service, which is in and of itself an innovation. It was once upon a time performed in full by priests, and now we reenact that story of the harrowing visit to the Holy of Holies. As we approached this new year, we considered the importance of renewing this ritual. After all, one of the principles of ritual is that it evolves over time. How might we coax that evolution forward, crafting and redrafting the ritual with authenticity, such that it could crack our hearts open again? The sacred service of the high priest and the threefold confessional that took place in the holiest of holy places went like this. The priest would first confess their own sins, then the sins of their family, and finally the sins of the whole community. This year, we want to return to the catharsis and consolation of confessional. First, we asked colleagues, Jewish clergy, to share a transgression on behalf of themselves as clergy. These confessions stand in for the priestly class of our day, allowing for an unburdening of the weight that falls on the shoulders of those who are containers for the full human experience. We make those apologies before we go on to apologize for others. These confessions poured into our anonymized confessional, raw and real and wrenching. We also asked you, our dear community members, to contribute transgressions, first on behalf of your families and then on behalf of our community. You responded with hearts indeed cracked wide open. We hear you, we see you, and we are walking the path of this unburdening with you. As we intersperse some of these transgressions between the liturgy, we invite you to participate in this service three ways: with song, with body, and with spirit. Sing along to the liturgy, humming where we hum, and so on. Join us in full prostration all three times as we lower ourselves with humility and experience a full body prayer practice that's so rare within our tradition. And finally, we open this Avodah space as a confessional for you, even in this moment, in whispers and thoughts and perhaps tears. And then we will emerge in joy, specifically the joy of release, as we turn to Marei Kohen in the supplemental packets. So here we begin with the first confessionals on page 330. First, the list of confessions on behalf of modern Jewish clergy. As clergy, we have transgressed by answering your calls during our days and time off and putting your needs before ours and our families, by avoiding returning a call that we knew would be a difficult conversation,
by becoming frustrated with our lay leaders instead of asking ourselves how we could better support them as volunteers, by being afraid to say no and thus sacrificing family relationships, by being late to morning services too often, choosing work instead of spending time with our families, by disliking when people contact us with interest in converting to Judaism because those conversations sometimes take a lot of time and they aren't members yet. We have transgressed by faking it, by feeling resentful of both our family and the community we serve because we can't be everything to everyone who needs us, by feeling resentment towards the neediest. We have sinned by forgetting your name even though we so deeply care who you are, and by holding a grudge, by holding hate in our hearts as we stared into the face of someone we disagreed with profoundly. We have sinned by hoping sometimes we would not have a minyan, by hoping just a little bit that we might get COVID a few days before Yom Kippur so we didn't have to write our sermons. Through Lashon Hara, we're guiding congregants, through making a congregant's issues about us, by making excuses to get away from conversation with certain others, by neglecting to stop and say hello to a congregant while rushing to get to an appointment, by not actually believing the words we're saying, by not being present during another's moment of vulnerability, by not calling or visiting you when you were sick, by not offering our best work, by not being fully present, by resting not enough, and not caring for ourselves so that we could offer our best at other times, for not taking part in actions in areas we profess to care passionately about, by playing on our phones while in Zoom board meetings again and again, by prioritizing the needs of our community over the needs of families, by relying on our charisma and shtick way too much, by taking things too personally, by telling family stories from the bima without the permission of all family members, by thinking we know and not listening, by wanting to be loved so badly that we put up with literally anything, by working too hard. We turn to the confessional on page 330.
Please rise.
Chatati haviti pashati lefanecha ani hureiti anav Hashem kaperna l'chataim v'lavonot l'shaim shechatati v'shaviti v'shpashati lefanecha ani u'haiti kakatu b'torah Moshe avtecha ki v'yom hazeh yichaper alecha l'taheretcha mikol chatotechem lifnei Adonai v'yakonim v'yam ha'omedim b'hazara כשהיו שומעים את השם הנכבד והנורא מפורש יוצא מפי כל חינגתו בקדושה ותורה היו קוראים ואומרים ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד.
May be seated for this part.
As a family, or as a household, we have transgressed by remaining withdrawn from society when we could have connected with others, by not being patient with each other, by loving our dogs more than some people because of too much waste and excess, by not becoming more civilly engaged, by raising our voices in arguments, by not reaching out to friends and family because we've been waiting for them to reach out to us, for not putting on our tefillin, sometimes for weeks at a time, by falling short, by not doing our best, by not sending thank you notes, not sending get well cards, not responding to emails and texts till maybe months later, by thinking of ourselves more than others, by not exercising our minds and bodies enough, by losing our cool on each other, not always showing each other compassion, by being too insular. As a family, as a unit, as a household, we have transgressed by lowering ourselves to engage in non-productive things rather than taking the effort to rise above, by neglecting our obligation to welcome the stranger, and by not listening to each other.
The second confessional begins on page 331 at the top.
Please rise.
L'chachayom hirana Hashem chataiti aviti pashati lifanecha ani uleiti uvnei harom nam kedoshecha Einav Hashem kaperna l'chatayim lavonot v'lishaim shechatati v'sheviti v'shepashati lefanecha ani uveiti uvnei Aharon am kadoshecha kakatu b'torat Moshe avtecha ki v'yom hazeh yichaper lechem l'tacher etchem mikol chatotichem Lifnei Adonai Me'kohanim Ve'am ha'omedim ba'azara She'keshehayu Shomim et Hashem hanichbad ve'hanora Meforash yotzei mivi chorein gadol V'kdushahu Torah Hayu koreim L'yom perim Baruch Shem kevod malchuto leolam vaed.
May be seated. Share as we move into the third confession, which the high priest would do for all of the community, some of the responses we got from rabbis and from individuals suggesting communal sins that we have done. Not necessarily each one of us individually did it, but as a society, as a community, we have transgressed by not keeping up the outreach we made during the early stages of the pandemic, by not standing up against human rights abuses. We've transgressed by allowing our politics to trump our Jewish values, by helping to splinter the community into political groups. We have lost our way by not using the common sense we were all given. We have transgressed by not yet speaking about the protests in Iran and the injustice occurring there. We've transgressed by using too much water, by not hearing all the voices in our community, not making everyone feel like they belong, and wasting opportunities. We've transgressed by going through the motions of Jewish practice without truly focusing on them, by not accepting others, being closed, and creating exclusive circles and cliques. We have transgressed by failing to protect our most vulnerable. We've transgressed by retreating into our ideological silos and not talking and listening deeply to one another. We've transgressed by lacking compassion for those with special needs, by using too much water and electricity during this time of drought and lack. We have transgressed by not fully welcoming those who are different, who are on the margins. We've transgressed in these ways and many, many others.
Turn to page 332 for the final confessional. Please rise.
לפניך, עמך בית ישראל, עמך בית ישראל, ענב השם כפרנה, לחטאים לעוונות, ולרשעים שחטאו ושבבו, ושפשעו לפניך עמך בית ישראל, ככתוב בתורת משה עבדך, כי לעזי יכפר לך, לטהר אותך מכל חטאותיהם, לפני אדוני והכהנים העומדים בעזרה כשהיו שומעים את השם הנכבד והנורא מפורש יוצא מפי כהן גדול בקדושה וטהרה היו קוראים ואומרים ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד.
We read the first four and the last two lines singing it together with joy. Joy that we have made it through the season and anticipatory joy that we will come out, the gates still barely open.
In the supplements that were handed out, the 2 pages where it says Avodah service at the top, we're singing in the boxes towards the middle of that page.
כאוהל הנמתח בדרי מעלה מהרי כהן כברקים היוצאים מזיז החיות מהרי כהן כגודל גידילים בארבע קצוות מהרי כהן כדמות הקשת בתוך הענן מהרי כהן נדון מה נהדר היה כהן גדול וצאתו מבית הקודשי הקדושים וצאתו מבית קודשי הקודשים בשלום ולבגה כמלאך הניצב בראש דרך בהרי כהן כנר המציצה מבין החלונות בהרי כהן אמת מה נהדר היה כהן גדול אמת מה נהדר היה כהן גדול בצאתו מבית קודשי הקודשים בשלום ולבגה.
And like broken glass at a wedding, we disrupt this moment of joy to recall great tragedies that have befallen our people. We turn to the second page in the Ela Ezkara packet. We'll sing Ela Ezkara a few times and other songs noted within. I'll ask that if you were asked to do one of these readings, that you please come forward nearby so that you can begin when we get to reading number 1.
You may be seated for this piece of hormetic suffering. Anyone?
All of us.
Ela Ezkara ונפשי עלי אשפך כי בלעונו זיתים כעוגה בלי הפוכה.
First
An ancient Roman court decreed the Jews could no longer teach the Torah. This court sentenced to death rabbis who chose to ignore the decree. The Torah was more precious than life itself for these rabbis, our teachers. Pitchuli sha'arei tzedek avovam odeya, zeh ha'sha'ar l'Adonai tzadikim yavo'u vo. Open the gates of victory for me, that I may enter them and praise the Lord. This is the gateway to the Lord. The victorious will enter through it.
Pitchuli sha'arei tzedek avovam odeya. Pitchuli sha'arei tzedek avovam odeya. Zeh hashar l'Adonai tzadikim yavo'u bo. Zeh hashar l'Adonai tzadikim yavo'u bo.
Rabbi Akiva chose to continue teaching Torah in spite of the decree. When they led him to the executioner, it was time for reciting the Shema. With iron combs, they scraped away his skin as he recited Shema Yisrael, freely accepting the yoke of God's kingship. Even now, his disciples asked. He replied, all my life I've been troubled by a verse. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, which means even if God takes your life. I often wondered if I would ever be able to fulfill that obligation, and now I can. He left the world while uttering, Adonai Echad, God is one.
Jews of the Russian Empire in the 19th century feared the dark threat of pogroms, anti-Jewish riots, which turned into mass slaughtering. The Kishinev pogrom in Easter of 1903 was so bloody, the censors of the New York Times would not permit publication of the details. Between 1903 and 1906, over 2,000 Jews were murdered in this region.
Poet Chaim Neman Bialik wrote of the massacre at Kishinev. The old gray spider spinning in the garret. She knows a lot of stories, bid her tell them. A story of a belly stuffed with feathers, of nostrils and of nails, of heads and hammers, of men who, after death, were hung head downward like geese along the rafter. A story of a suckling child asleep, a dead and cloven breast between its lips, and another child they tore in two, thus cutting short its last and loudest scream for Ma was heard, but Mama never finished.
On October 27, 2018, a man walked into the Tree of Life Synagogue in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He opened fire on the congregation, killing 11 people and wounding 6 others. It was the deadliest attack on the Jewish community in the United States. Many of the victims were familiar faces of regular synagogue attendees.
Dr. Jerry Rabinowitz, 66, was killed when he ran outside to try to help the wounded, according to his nephew, Avishai Ostrin. In addition to being the president of the congregation, he was a doctor, a healer. When he heard shots, he ran outside to try and see if anyone was hurt and needed a doctor. That was Uncle Jerry. That's just what he did.
These things do I remember, and my heart is grieved, how the arrogant have devoured our people. Who would believe that in our day there would be no intervention for the 11 slaughtered from our holy community?
We say together, all this has come upon us, yet we have not forgotten you, God, and we have been true to your covenant. At the bottom of that third page, we sing together.
Hashivenu, Hashivenu, Adonai, Elecha, teshuva. Hadash yameinu kekedem. We continue moving out from those two little interludes of Avodah and Eila Ezkora back to the Machzor, page 346. We rise, the ark is open for the Shema Kolenu prayers. We'll recite each of the lines in bold after Kinder Chorny. 346, please rise.
Shema Kolenu Adonai Eloheinu Chus v'rachem aleinu v'kapel v'rachamim v'ratzon et tefilateinu.
Shema Kolenu, Adonai Eloheinu, Chuz Rachem Aleinu, V'kabel Rachmim V'ratzon et Tefilateinu.
Hashivenu,
Hashivenu,
Adonai Elecha v'nashuva. Hadash yameinu kekedem, oh Hadash, Hadash, Hadash yameinu kekedem, oh Hadash, Hadash, Hadash yameinu kekedem, oh Hadash, Hadash, Hadash yameinu kedem. Al tashlichenu milfanecha v'ruach kodshecha al tikach mimenu.
Al tashlichenu b'vanecha b'ruach kodshecha, al tikach mimenu.
Al tashlichenu leitzikna kichlot kochainu al tazvenu.
Al tashlichenu leitzigna, kichlot kocheinu, al tazveinu. Adonai Eloheinu.
Eloheinu, Eloheinu, al tazvenu v'yatar.
Ark is closed.
L'man shimcha gadol timcha v'tislach lavoneinu hakatuv b'divrei kodshecha l'man shimcha Adonai v'salachta lavoni
Kiravu. 347, you may be seated if you want.
Eloheinu, Elohei Avoteinu, salach lanu, nechal lanu, chaper lanu, ki anu hamecha v'ata Eloheinu, anu vanecha v'ata avinu, anu v'ata Adonenu, anu kehalecha v'ata chelkeinu, anu nachalecha v'ata goraleinu, anu tzonecha v'ata roeinu, anu charmecha v'ata noteinu, anu v'letecha v'ata yotzereinu, anu rayetecha v'ata dodeinu, anu segulatecha v'ata keroveinu, anu amecha v'ata malkeinu, anu mamirecha v'ata mamireinu, anu הזפנים, ויתארכו מחנו ננו כשיורף, ויתארך עמנו מלאים עבור, ויתמלא רחמים, אנו ימינו כצל עובר. ויתארו שנותיך לא יתאמו, אלוהינו אלוהי אבותינו, תבוא לפניך תפילתנו, ואל תתעלם מתחינתנו, שאין אנחנו הזייפנים, וכשיורב לומר לפניך, אדוני אלוהינו אלוהי אבותינו, צדיקים אנחנו ולא חטאנו. אבל אנחנו ואבותינו חטאנו.
Please rise. 348.
Ay, 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 Shamnu, Bagadnu, Gazanu, Dibarnu, Dofi, ay, 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 Heviru, Veir Shainu, Zadnu, Chamasnu, Tafanu, Sheker, ay, 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 Yatzlira, Kizavnu, Lasdu, Maraidu, Nihaznu, Sararnu, Avinu, Pashanu, Sararnu, Kishinu, Oref, ay, 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 Rashanu, Shichatnu, Tianu, Tainu, Titanu. Sarnu mimitzvotecha, וממשפטיך הטובים, ולא שבה לנו, ואתה צדיק על כל הבעלינו, כי אמת עשית ואנחנו הרשענו.
Bottom of page 350.
אתה יודע רזי עולם, ותעלומות סתרי כל חי, אתה חופש כל חדרי ותן, ואוכין כליות ולב. אין דבר נעלם ממך, ונסתר נגד עיניך, וכן יהי רצון מבניך. אדוני אלוהינו, אלוהי אבותינו, שתסלח לנו כל חטאותינו, ותמחה לנו על כל עוונותינו, ותכפר לנו על כל פשעינו.
Just before we do the Al-Chaitz beginning in 351, a reminder for how I think you should approach it, and then a little bit of language stuff. I should have said this earlier. I remind myself and I remind all of you every year that the first time I hit an Al-Chet during Yom Kippur, I say all of them to fulfill the liturgical obligation. And then every next time I say it, I start reciting the list until I get to a sin that I feel responsible for, that I feel guilty about, that I feel regret about. And I just linger on that one and let the images of when I have fallen and stubbed my toe or hurt someone else come through me. And that becomes my meditation for that part. So especially if you've already said the Al-Chaitz all the way through once, this time and for Mincha and Ne'ilah, allow yourself to be caught uncomfortably with some hormetic stress on one that really lets you know that you owe something to it. But just a little word about language. If you look at the words in bold in between the list of al chetz, v'al kulam, on all of them, God. Elo aslichot, the God of forgiveness. Slach lanu, forgive us. Machal lanu, pardon us. Kaper lanu, atone for us. Just look at the middle verb of the three. We have slach, machal, and kaper. That root machal. As many of you know, I love the Hebrew language. And because nearly every Hebrew word is composed of three-letter roots, you can play games with Hebrew roots on a level that you can't really do in English, because English's roots come from so many different places, and they're not just based on three letters. So if you think about the three letters mem, chet, lamed, if you put it in that order, limchol means to forgive. If you switch the mem and the chet, you have lachmol, which means to have compassion, to have empathy. And if you switch them around a little bit and put the lamed in between, you have lachalom, which means to dream. There's a progression there, I think. If it's not intended by the words, it's still there no matter what. In order to forgive others or yourself, you need to dream a different reality. That's the chalom. And you need to have some mercy. That's the chemla. And then you can have the release, the mechila. So it goes in that direction. And it also goes in the other direction. Limchol is about releasing the past. Lachmol is about being fully present and merciful. And lachalom, the dream, is about what may come and how to get there. So as you go through this list, think about those dancing letters, the mem, the chet, the lamed, the mercy, the forgiveness, the dreaming about a better self and a better reality.
חית שחטאנו לפניך ביצר רע, אל חית שחטאנו לפניך, ביודעים ובלא יודעים, מעל לכולם, אלוה סליחות, סלח לנו, מחלנו, כפר לנו, חית שחטאנו לפניך ביצר רע. החטא שחטאנו לפניך בעיניים רמות, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בעזות מצח, מעל לכולם, אלוה סליחות, סלח לנו, מחלנו, כפר לנו, אחרי שחטאנו לפניך. החטא שחטאנו לפניך בתשומת יד, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתימון לבב, ועל לכולם אלוה סליחות, סלח לנו, מחלנו, כפר לנו,
doing this the traditional way, Rabbi Chorny would still be in the repetition of her Amidah, and we'd be saying all the next pages out loud, but Tinkerbell is coming and bringing us all the way to page 357, jumping all the way over the other pages. So page 357, middle of the page, in the bold.
Sefer Chaim Miracha V'Shalom U'Parnasa Tova ניזכר וניכתב לפניך. אנחנו וכל עמך בית ישראל, לחיים טובים, לחיים טובים נאמר כי ירבו ימיך ויוסיפו לך שנות חיים, לחיים טובים תתרווינו, אלוהים חיים, כותבים בספר חיים, כך כתוב ואתם מדביקים באדוני אלוהיך, חיים לכולכם היום.
The ark is open. Hayom Tamsenu 358.
היום, 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 היום תענצנו, אמן. היום, 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 היום תברכנו, אמן. היום, 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 היום תגדלנו, אמן. היום, 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 היום תדרשנו לטובה, אמן. היום, 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 תכתבנו לחיים טובים, אמן. היום, 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 תקבל ברחמים וברצון את תפילתנו, אמן. היום, 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 תשמע שבתנו, אמן. היום, 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 היום תשמחנו בפן צדקך, אמן. היום הזה תביאנו ששים ושמחים בבניין שלם, כך כתוב על יד נביאך, הביא אותי על הר קודשי ושימחתי בבית תפילתי, כי ביתי בית תפילה יקרא לכל העמים, וצדקה וברכה ורחמים וחיים ושלום יהיה לנו לכל ישראל ולכל יושבי תבל עד העולם. ברוך אתה השם עושי השלום,
Amen. Kaddish Shalem 359.
יתקדש שמי רבה,
אמן.
ויום התברא קירותי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכון וביומייכון וחיי כל בית ישראל, והגלם בזמן קריב וימרו, אמן. יהי שמי רבה מברך לעולם עולמי עלמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתבר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודש בריחו לעילא לעילא, מכל ברכתה ושירתה תשבחתה ונחמתה דמירה מעלמא וימרו, אמן. תתקבל צלחות אלוהים ובתיכון לכל ישראל קדם אבוהון, דידי שמיה, דידי שמיה, דידי שמיה וימרו, וימרו, אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה ושמיה וחיים עלינו לעל כל ישראל וימרו, וימרו, אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו ויעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל kol Yisrael v'himeru amen.
Maybe Sidi Ashakoach to Kenner Chorney and to Kenner Stone. Just a few quick announcements and then one final thought for this morning's service. The announcements are right after this. We're going to have what we normally do on Yom Kippur afternoon, a Q&A with all those who are here, might be coming from other minyanim, just to throw out questions to me and the other rabbis, not necessarily to stump us. It's not the stump the rabbi time, but things that are on your mind, things that you have been thinking about for a long time or just have come to you. We'll hold that for about 30 or 45 minutes. Then we'll all take the break before Mincha. You're welcome to stay in the building and just spend the whole day here on Yom Kippur. Mincha begins at 4:40, the traditional Mincha service that the library minyan is running in the gym. And at 4:45, we're going to do a Mincha HaMa'alot, our creative in the round service, with lots of singing and reflections and opportunity for getting really into the theme of the day. That'll be at 4:45 on the field. Is that right? Kennerstone Field, Hamalot? Yes. Yeah. And then the library minyan will continue with Ne'ilah services in the gym, and then both of the clergy-led services, myself and Rabbi Chorney and Kennerstone, and Rabbi Rorsowski and Rabbi Schatz will all be together for Ne'ilah on the field, aiming to get to the shofar service by about 7:15. And by about, I mean exactly. I know, don't you worry. I'm not going to go a minute later. As Rabbi Chorney has mentioned several times today, particularly with respect to the Avodah service, there's a lot of ritual in this day. And there's a lot of ritual that has been modernized and a lot of hearkening back into ancient ritual. And for those of you who did fall all the way to the ground for the Aleinu and for the Viduim, for the confessions during the Avodah service, it's not to suggest that magic happened, like because you fell to the ground, all of a sudden, the world is transformed. But it's different than just doing sort of a gentle nod as a bow, right? Ritual matters a lot. And if ritual didn't matter, there's no way that religious life could be sustained over centuries or millennia with just all these things that have just dissipated. There are certain physical movements that Jews have been doing exactly the same way for thousands of years. There are certain shapes of our fingers, certain things that we put on our bodies that almost have not changed in millennia. Because ritual done well and done in a way that is supposed to transform can be, to use a Malcolm Gladwell term, very sticky. You remember it. Right? You might remember what it was like sitting next to your grandfather as he was bowing down to the ground 40 years ago in services, more than you remember the words he was saying. And that's a personal reflection of mine. Right? I just remember what he looked like going down to the ground. Remember what that room felt like in that moment. So obviously, if you come and spend a lot of hours in services in Yom Kippur, you're committed on some level to ritual. And I want to end our morning Yom Kippur services with a poem by a poet named Dana Gioia. I hope I pronounced that right, Gioia. The poem is called Autumn Inaugural, but the content of the poem doesn't seem to have to, it's not obvious the connection between the content of the poem and the title, but it's called Autumn Inaugural. It's slightly edited down for length. There will always be those who reject ceremony, who claim that resolution requires no fanfare, those who demand the spirit stay fixed like a desert saint, fed only on faith, to worship in no temple but the weather. And they are right. Symbols can betray us. They are always more or less than what is really meant. But shall there be no processions by torchlight simply because we are weak? Praise to the rituals that celebrate change. Old robes worn for new beginnings. Solemn protocol where the mutable soul, surrounded by ancient experience, grows young in the imagination's white dress. That's my favorite line. Because it is not the rituals we honor, but our trust in what they signify, these rites that honor us as witnesses, whether to watch lovers swear loyalty in a careless world, or a newborn washed with water and oil. So praise to innocence, impulsive and evergreen, and let the old be touched by youth's wayward astonishment at learning something new, and dream of a future so fitting and so just that our desire will bring it into being. In other words, praise our rituals and our commitment to them. They just might work. Gemar Tov, Shana Tova. Stay if you want. I'm just going to take off my talis, and then we'll go into the Q&A. Hey, Bobby, do you mind going to see how far away Rabbi Schatz's service is from finishing? Because they're done? Okay. Well done, Bobby. That was quick. Okay. Yeah. 50? Now you're just taunting.